Hello and welcome, little lads, to another stream. It is I, the Lord and Savior of the games industry. Oh no, I hear myself in the past. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Oh, where's that coming from? Hello and welcome, little lads, to another stream. It's not there. The Lord and Savior of the games industry. It's not there. Oh, no, there we go. Got it. Whew. I hate hearing myself in the past. I have a little bit of a cringe. Right, Lord of the gay industry, yes. All right, now I gotta restore all my windows because I just crashed them all. So I hope you are all having a good day. Oh, the too much work. I've been working so much, and there's so many windows and so many things, and everything's everywhere, and you know how it is. I hope everyone's having a good little Valentine's Day. This is today's Valentine's special stream, so we'll be doing a ton of things, like quite a bit. So get comfortable, little bucket fish, because we'll be sort of walking you through. I've been contemplating a lot of things, and I've decided that I was just going to open up to this, even though it's not necessarily ready. So you'll be seeing stuff a lot earlier than normal, for certain, so you have to bear in mind that it's going to be rough. I'm even going to show you what I call a slop doc. Now, what is a slop doc, you might ask? A slop doc is what Kibs refers to is a document that I slop together, which is basically just a culmination of notes. And I call it slop because it's just sloppy. It's ugly. It's never going to be improved, and it often gets thrown in the bin. Slop docs are basically constructed out of all the lore that I already have. It's basically like me just typing up stuff real quickly for something. So, for example, the storyboard we're going to show you today was produced by Alucard, and this storyboard is the Starborn storyboard. Now, how I normally get the information together is I create a slop doc. Slop doc, I just grab information from various docs and then write stuff together and then tether it quickly. It's not meant to be pretty. It doesn't need to be pretty because it's not the script, because what it is actually just a storyboard. And that is the entire function of a slop doc. Disgusting, dirty, vile. And then it gets tossed into the archive. Now, what's the archive? The archive is where all documents go to get the fuck out of my face when I don't want to look at them anymore. The archive is huge. The archive is bigger than pretty much everything else because that has just a pile of slop docs and like a pile of other crap. And all other things. But yes, that is a basic breakdown of a slop doc. In fact, for those that want to actually see what a slop doc looks like, I'm going to show you because I figured I'd show you this because I know there's a lot of creative types in the sphere that hang around us, and you probably want to know what a slop doc is because I don't know what to call them otherwise. They are messy, sloppy, ugly, and I always tell my artists, like, don't worry about, your art being sketchy or whatever, like, show it off right away. This is basically the same thing. This is not grammatically correct. This is not well organized. This is just a series of events construed together from point A to point B, and with no semblance of real order or direction, because it's merely meant to be this little, like, note piece that you reference. It's not meant to serve any other function than that. And so that is all that does. And so I'll pull it up in just a sec. I just need to make sure that there's no sensitive bits. I mean, this is all stuff you're going to see early. So if you don't want to look, just don't look at the screen and you won't see any spoilers. If you want to look, you will see some spoilery things you can deduct together, but you're going to have to, piece together the slop doc yourself. And here's an example of the slop doc. You can feel free to pause it and read through it if you want. It's very short. It's only 2 pages, and it's messy as messy as sin. No editorial work. It is purely first draft, and will never get more attention than that. Now, I will show you what the slop doc produces, because what I pull all this information from is I pull it from my other folders, which are all in there. And so all the canon and important information, character names and dates and events are pulled from actual documents that cover specific bits of information. And then that creates a slop doc, which is this quick little thing. Slop docs are super important. I make them a lot. I hate every one of them, but they're extremely important for me because I cannot ask for the entire art team to go through the entire fucking drive and read everything, even though some of the artists have, and I appreciate those artists a lot, but that is a lot of work to do. Yeah, no, the only thing in that document particularly spoils is the canon faith of the Starborn Pantheon, which we're going to go through the storyboard of that today. But before we get muddled in that too much here, I've got a new unit that we've just finished, by the way. A brand new, shiny little unit. These are the Nefir Spearmen. You can see that it was the rear rank, the front rank, and then we got, you know, the absolute front rank. The guys that kneel down, you can see how they're constructed together. And so that's how they sort of look. And so Baffios has yet again produced another amazing unit. You'll notice that there's a guy in the back with a bow, and he's got a spear next to him. That is a signaler. The Nefir communicate via signals. Signaling arrows, specifically. They're not one for big fluttering banners, you'll notice, because they have a banner too, but it's more like a scrap of tattered cloth than anything else, versus the Astrians and their huge fluttering banners and their fluttering colorful fabrics. A very stark contrast between the two cultures. The Nefir just get straight to the point. But that's to do with religious philosophy and all the other differentials in their cultures. Astrians value beauty to such a degree. They're little fluffy little buns they are. And so that's kind of all that stuff. Now, another thing I'm going to show you real quickly is Rhea in little pieces. You're like, oh my god, what happened to her? This is me briefly updating you with the progress of the interactive portraits. Not interactive, but what do you call them? Acted portraits. So we're breaking them into pieces. They're breaking into pieces. The different pieces can move more easily. And so these are the dynamic portraits. And so that's kind of like the process of how that works. They get chopped up, then we can move different pieces and swap different pieces. Like if she has different arm pose, this piece can move. If her sword arm moves, you know, it can change, and it's easier to work with because then the layers behind, if something moves, you can see what's exactly behind each layer. And so it's very important. Very important. Now, Chad, I want you to remember this. You may never remember what this is, but one day, in years' time, maybe long down the road, long after Mixer's Legend of Terrestria, and the sequel projects, if we're still going, that will make sense. But you have to remember what that is. You will understand in time, little bucketfish. So, we're going to look at this storyboard real quickly, and this is the storyboard that has been produced by Alucard. I'm going to just basically run through the basics of what these images are and what they represent, and we'll talk a little bit about them. So this little fucking giant monkey dude sitting around board is what we call a colossi. Now, what are colossi? They're kind of similar a little bit to Greek mythology if you're familiar with titans. Except colossi are basically these beings that existed in the Astrian's perspective before anything else, right? They existed in the void, and the void is absolute nothingness. And they're perpetuals. They've been around forever. They're bored. They're incredibly bored. They've been around for so long. They're so bored that they give birth to the universe and the cosmos itself because they have nothing better to do. It's through sheer absolute boredom that they make the cosmos. They make the stars, they make the planets, they even create the gods, they even create the mortals, right? And it's like, okay, they do all this to find amusement, to entertain themselves. They've been around for so long. And people eventually pray to them and whatnot, and they create gods to, you know, do things for them. And once they grow bored with something, they move on. So you can see that people are, like, asking for help. They're like, help, we're having trouble. There's famine, you know, etc., etc. And the colossi, which are above the gods, are like, nah, not funny. And if it's not funny or amusing, they just go and do something else. They get bored. Ah, drinky drink. Oh yeah, I should probably put on some background music from our IP. You should hear the Nefiric music, by the way. I don't know if Robert's ready to share that yet, so I'm not going to show it yet. Is that the right one? Or is that going to lead to my channel? That led to Robert Nato's channel. Good, yes. The issue with Robert's channel is it already automatically switches playlists. I don't know why it does that for me there. Perfect. So we're going to run through the storyboard and then just get your general thoughts on it. And plus you can see how storyboards work. So here we establish that the Colossi are bored beings. They have nothing better to do. They're absolutely bored out of their minds. And they're like, okay, let's make something. And they make stuff. and they have fun for a time, and they stop having fun, and they basically move on. They abandon the mortals they create because they're no longer interesting. But that is where the gods come in, the celestial gods. My goodness, chat. Why would they appear? What a bunch of assholes. What a bunch of... And then the celestial gods eventually confront the Colossi about the whole matter. About, you know, not caring for the mortals and being the pieces of shit that they are. You little assholes. And that eventually leads to a glorious conflict in the heavens. You can actually make out some of the silhouettes of some of the gods here, actually. But not quite all of them. Ariastos is, I think, not necessarily in that picture, but you can definitely see Calestios. And then eventually they triumph over the Colossi. There is a victory. Everyone is celebrating. The mortals are happy, and they are sealed away into the void. Because, you know, you just don't want them around anymore. They're just kind of bad, and there's a great celebration. But as all good things come to an end. And so in our storyboard, we're trying to show the idea of these transitions, right? The war in the heavens between, or not the war in the heavens, it's a different event, but the war between the Colossi and the gods, and then them basically taking over and a new order being established. The new order of the heavens, where is the celestial gods are at the top. Creates life, meh, nothing special. The thing is, you gotta understand, these poor beings, like... poor beings, I say. These beings are incredibly, from the Astrian perspective, are viewed as children. Like children that are so incredibly powerful that they just lose interest in things if it's not entertaining or funny anymore. And they do things purely on a whim. They're considered a chaotic element by the Astrians. Similar to the Void, except the Astrians have a different perspective of the Void. The Void is eternal nothingness. There is nothing. There's no time, there's no color, there's no culture, there's nothing there. The Void isn't necessarily hell. The Void is nothing. And that is the greatest fear Astrians have. Not necessarily of hell, but of the idea of oblivion, the idea of everything you have done, everything you've achieved is nihilistic in the sense that it equates to nothing. Archers of Colossi? Entirely possible. But yeah, they're similar to Titans, I think. I think it's a good apt analogy to help you bridge that gap in your mind. Boop. And so you guys get to see the storyboard early, mostly because the voice acting and the scripting is going to be a completely different thing, but you can actually see the behind-the-scenes thought process about how we made it. The slop doc, actually, the entire slop doc is all in here. Like, all this in the slop doc is all this fucking messy shit here created every single one of these scenes. Now, the worst part is this alone was like 6 panels. Because, again, it's hyper-condensed information, like long ago, blah, 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 far away in a different galaxy, right? Giant powerful beings, known as Colossi, created the cosmos from nothing with their immense power. Ooh, spooky. From darkness, light was born. However, these beings were chaotic. And then from disorder, blah, 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 life. But you can see quickly how those equate to these scenes here. Like, now where are we? We are over here. So here we have the god of justice, that's Tyrannos on the left, and the queen of the gods, Odessa, who's on the right, and they're having a conversation. And she is telling Tyrannos about the fact that Arestios is no longer performing his duties, because in the Astrian perspective, gods are created for tasks because the Colossi created them specifically to manage certain tasks, and they must uphold these tasks, and they are nature bound by rules to basically fulfill these things, to fulfill these wishes, these prayers that people have. And what I'm showing you, by the way, is also not entirely the same interpretation of events as somebody else has, because the Astrian faith, known as the Celestial Starborn, or Starborn, is known as the current dominating faith in Astria. The older faith, the Celestial faith of the old ways, has a completely different interpretation of this whole thing. Like, this event is completely different because of what Calestios did in order to send down the Silver Prophet and basically preach to the people, preach to Kanar, the new truth. And this is the new truth, by the way. So this is where the splinter immediately happens between the old faith and then the new faith. Because if you ask somebody that believes in the old Celestial Order, they'd say this is all complete rubbish. Nonsense. Is this video game you are designing? Or RTS maybe? What? This a video game you designing? Well, it's part of a video game, but it's actually part of a lore video for a video game. So the Mixers project is like this huge umbrella project. It's basically a new IP is what we're creating, a brand new IP. And it has video games, it's got board games, it's got the ability to have books and stuff in the long run. It's created as an umbrella so that it can be expanded upon. It is sort of like our, you know, big thingy-majiggy. I hate you, Alucard, but I love this picture so much. Next. But yeah, so basically... oh my goodness. So yeah, so Arestios has become corrupt. He's no longer listening to the needs of the people and their disciples, and he has become unable to listen or hear them. He turns a blind eye. He just ignores them. And so Tyrannos is the god of justice. He sees this as a massive injustice, and he goes out to basically try to change this because he needs to confront Ariestos, the king of gods. And so in order to confront him, he has this plan. And this plan basically expands into... He understands that there's going to be a war in the heavens. There's no way around it because of how gods are bound by rules. It's going to lead to an inevitable conflict in the heavens, and that will lead to deaths and deaths of gods. And so he goes about having children. The maids represent the various women he takes to have children with. The 8 women will each have a singular child. These children will be referred to as the Star-born, because it is Tyrannos' offspring that will become that will form the new core order of the heavens, which is the Star-born, the lesser gods, and then underneath the lesser gods will become the Colossi, and then there'll be not necessarily Colossi there, but they view them differently. The heroes and legends and everything there. It's how they view things in a certain order. Sala was in a hurry, you brush. That's okay, Alucard. You did a good job. The storyboard turned out spectacularly. But yeah, so then Tyrannos seeks out allies, and one of his good friends, which will expand more on this lore either way. This is a primer, so we're sort of skipping a lot. But Celestios and Tyrannos have been closely aligned. The wayward god and the god of justice, because they tend to do things in the similar field. He eventually confronts Celestios about it and tells him of the fact that the gods are corrupt and that Odessa informed him. And Celestios basically tells him to go piss off, because he's not going to start a war in the heavens over what he thinks can be changed, you know, by simply just talking about it, or simply confronting him on the matter and having a conversation. Tyrannos is of the view that only force can solve the matter. And that will change as time goes on. Where are we? There we are. So here we have the next panel. And the next panel actually shows, you know, the creation of the children that would become like Syra, for instance. And Syra would eventually find her power. She would be one of the new Starborn. And these new gods would find their new place in time. But for now, they would be hidden among the stars. Hidden away. And there we have Thorgos and Temenero. Now, Thorgos and Temenero. Thorgos is the god on the left. He is the god of martial might, the god of strength. And he is basically, if you want to think about it, a good equivalent would be like god of like Ares, right? He is the god of like great power, great martial strength. And now, cool thing about Thorgos is he actually slew a beast that threatened the mortals that the Colossi had created, because they found it funny when it went around murdering entire towns. He slew that beast, but in the process lost his right arm, which is his shield arm. And what's interesting is his shield's still there, but it's actually held up by like telekinetic powers and whatnot. And he's talking to Temenero. Temenero is the god of time, the god of basically how things roll forward, the ability to see into the future, blah, blah, blah. Because Astrians have very big deals when it comes to, what do you call it? Foresight, and basically being able to see things that may come or may have yet to come to pass. This is actually slightly related to Aya, because Aya has a seeing orb, which allows her to see possibilities of what may yet come, or may not have yet come to pass. Let's see. I gotta open something up. Just pretend you didn't see that, Chris. Yeah, you do have to pretend. You do. Okay. Totally. Now, where did I put my lore? Actually, unfortunately, I've not actually read up on Norse mythos, so I don't really know much, and I can't comment on whether that's similar or not. My core inspiration for the project, at least for the gods for the Starborn, was actually the Greek mythos. Thorgos itself was actually just a cool idea that Carlos had, or the idea that he lost an arm. No, he has not helped me with the lores thus far, but in time he will, actually. Let's see. Hold on, I'm just gonna open something up here on the side. As gods had abandoned their believers, Tyrannos sought out the king of gods, Ariestos. But instead, that's where he met the Queen Odessa. Man, we are really moving slowly through this. I forget how big this doc is. It's only 2 pages, but like each fucking paragraph gets like 6 panels. Prepare for war. Yes, okay. So he had a bunch of children, and so the situation was dire. He attempted to sway Calestios to his side, but found his old friend would not aid him. He knew then that his only chance lay in unlocking the imprisoned Colossi. Yes, because Odessa tells him, like, if we free the Colossi, then we'll be able to sow enough discontent in the heavens, or discord, that we can strike Ariestos himself without, you know, hurting too many people. Because it wasn't too hard to imprison him before. Surely we'll be able to do it again. Let's see. So yeah, eventually that leads to a confrontation between Tyrannos, the god of justice, Thorgos, and Temenero. And that confrontation eventually leads to... oops, I keep going backwards here. It leads to Thorgos getting his ass kicked, which is kind of funny considering he's the martial god and all that. But it goes to show the prevalence of Astrian's view of justice and how justice is the most prevailing thing in their culture. That even the greatest might cannot stand before it. That'll be a subtle reference when we get to the lore video. Rather than me just breaking your nose right there. Like, oh, can't blood squatting out. But yes, eventually Temenero basically is able to pause enough of time to basically cast Thorgos into the future to warn Ariestos about the coming of what is going to be a war. He tries again to reason with Tyrannos, but again, Tyrannos is like, no, not having it. He then strikes down Temenero, which kills the god of time, the god of foresight, and then he unlocks the void. Now, one thing that's important to remember, that this is the first time a god has killed another god. So there is already going to be a rippling effect in the heavens because of that whole thing. Not like anything could go wrong with this big plan. Oh yeah, sure. I'm sure it'll go great. So he unlocks the thing basically keeping the Colossi sealed away. And to his not necessarily surprise, he is immediately, you know, whacked out of the way. But when they open the void, he finds that the beings inside are no longer what they remember. They are rather warped and twisted beyond recognition. They are these things that cannot be reasoned with, that cannot be talked with. Not that you could reason with Colossi to begin with. They are horrific monstrosities. And they have no real words to describe these things other than that they are basically had become the void itself, but made manifest in the form of the Colossi. And so these things would be unleashed upon basically the universe and would be basically wreaking havoc. Then that would begin the war in the heavens proper. So you could argue that the death of Temenero was the beginning, but here is where the gods are now fighting to basically prevent the destruction of the universe because of Tyrannos' actions. Thorgos eventually reaches Ariestos and warns him of what he had done. That Tyrannos had unleashed these terrible beings, these Colossi. Now, to be fair, Ariestos also didn't quite know about the whole fact that they were different, so they were kind of taken aback by it. Because what's interesting is, Tyrannos actually didn't kill that many gods. He's not like the Kratos of our pantheon, right? He doesn't go around slaughtering millions of gods. He kills a couple. But the most of the gods actually that die because of these damn Colossi things. They just sort of murdered them. Eldritch Abomination is definitely an apt description to describe the things he unleashed upon everyone else. I don't have a whole lot of panels left, chat. but I can sort of talk about the sort of generalized things. But that eventually leads to this glorious picture here that Alucard had made, where Tyrannos is going to confront Ariestos about his corruption, about his inability to perform his duties. And he will, you know, eventually do battle with him. Eventually, in the Starborn's point of view, Tyrannos strikes down the God King himself, but then he is actually betrayed by Odessa. Odessa was actually the root of the corruption itself, the corruption of the Void, because she had been secretly communing with these great monsters the whole time. So, yeah, Tyrannos kind of got played for a bit of a fool. He got his ass basically absolutely plastered, and he was about to be killed, but Celestio swooped in and basically saved his essence. Now, as far as gods go, by all intents and purposes, he fucked up and basically died. But because his essence wasn't completely destroyed, we have Celestios who was able to basically save him. At this point, in the Astrian view, this is when Celestios basically helps remanifest the being that is Tyrannos, and then he reforms himself. And he realizes his mistake and the error of his way and all that, and he has this huge growing moment when he realizes that he's kind of just should have not had run off guns-ho. With duty of justice comes sin. War is not intrinsically good or evil. Don't worry. Listen, do not blame the JoJo reference on me. You cannot blame the Kibs for many things. The Astrian's view of the gods is that the gods are... The original gods, at least the Starborn's view, is that they were corrupt and unkind and uncaring. They're fools. Now, to the Old Faith, they view that they are actually that way to make them stronger and better, and to better themselves. But this is a differing viewpoint. Welcome to Stream, Mithrin. But yeah, so you can see that this sort of explains a little bit about how the storyboard works. Now, the thought process behind each of these panels is that each panel will be related to a specific event. So, like, let's pull up the slop doc once again. Gloriously reference this bad boy, right? So we can scroll down here and we can sort of see where we are. Tyrannos then traveled to the Void, unlocking the Colossi. Upon freeing them, he was immediately attacked. The Colossi had been warped and twisted into beings beyond recognition, horrors from the Void. They lashed at Tyrannos with such ferocity and might that Tyrannos had to retreat. Oh, what a pussy. I cannot believe he would do that. All right, to be fair, I might like not want to confront them either, but, you know, details, right? Hindsight 2020. I'm trying to see where we stopped. Longer, Odessa, Queen of the Gods, had been twisted. Yep, there's the revelation. This is all old news when it comes to the Astrian faith. Part of my organs just turned off. You do hear the deer. That is Pancake. The fallen could argue gods are but slaves to man. My God. How dare you make an argument? Look at the chat, wiggling and writhing with excitement. Very happy, chat. You're a very happy little chat. But yeah, I'm actually quite happy with how this is turning out. The next part of this operation, so we can actually talk about it real quickly. But before we move on too far here, the new order will eventually be formed, and then we'll get to those panels. So that's how far we are. Basically, what we need to have happen now is there's a battle between Ariestos and Tyrannos. Tyrannos emerges victorious because this is the Starborn's viewpoint, and he will strike him down. He will be then betrayed. He will then be slain, but not completely defeated. His essence will be preserved. He will remanifest, and when he remanifests with Celestios then he comes up with the idea to send down a prophet, and they create a prophet of silver. And the silver prophet is the one who would deliver this message to the people of Terrestria, the truth of what's happening. Because the truth is very important to the God of Justice. And that everyone is still believing in things that are lies is not a good thing. And so he's going to set the story straight with his truth, right? Just like, big tinkies. Next part needs to have more asses. Wow, rude. But yes. And at this point, then he goes about gathering his children that he's hidden away. Don't ask how the moms feel about this, by the way. But he gathers the children. His eldest born is actually Syra. Syra is the goddess of nothing at this moment. She is a goddess, but they're all considered lesser gods at this point in the story because they have yet to take on an aspect of something. So these are the Starborn children. He gathers them up. He gathers up Celestios. He then reaches out to the other gods. And the other gods are fighting a war in the heavens with the Colossi and Odessa. The ones that are alive right now are very upset at Tyrannos because they know what he did. And some of them aren't going to necessarily forgive him. Because had he just communicated with them, some of them were like, well, I could have been reasoned with if you just talked to me. Not necessarily demigods, because the Astrians have a bit of a different view on that. Like, in terms of the order of the heavens, let's talk about that. So, there is the reigning gods, the great gods, right? That's what we'll refer to them as. So Ariestos, Odessa was among the great gods, along with Tyrannos, and these gods had their own children. Like Odessa and Ariestos had children themselves. These children aren't demigods. These are actually just lesser gods. Now, if a god has children with a mortal, they are just lesser gods as well. Because they don't have a different aspect. They don't really believe in the whole demigod thing of, like, breeding half-breeds or something like that. Because they don't have that same view set. Justice is dumb, too. Well, the whole point of the story is that justice for justice sake can be blind at times. Do Starborn get aspects as people pray to them, or just at random? They are divined upon them from the reigning regent of the heavens. So there is no regent right now. Technically, there's a pretender regent, which would be Odessa, and she would be about trying to create her own order of the heavens, where she and her colossi that have been warped and twisted are basically trying to establish a new order. So Tyrannos, we'll skip a little bit ahead here. Eventually, there's a great war. The great war is continuing. The war continues in the heavens as it rages on Terrestria. So while this war is happening, when Tyrannos and the Starborn are gathered together and fighting their war against the Colossi, so too is Kanar heeding the words of the Silver Prophet and taking that knowledge that Celestios had given to the Silver Prophet to give to the people, that he is going about building supporters and starting to change the Astrians for the better and try to bring them out of the awful state they are in, so that they too can basically aid in their own way against these warped and twisted things. And so that is what is going on. So the civil war is basically raging on in the Astrian Republic, which is going to form the kingdom. That's the legend of Kanar, and that whole story is a separate thing, but they're sort of tethered because, they're kind of related to each other because of the whole Silver Prophet thing. My man, what is that thumbnail? It's like you're personally challenging Susan to a duel. Listen, somebody's got to fight, and it's not going to be Barch, it's going to be Kibs, because only one of us has actual balls. Barch is listening, he's like, vein bulging, he's like, traitor. Under the bus with you. Under the bus with... Listen, if he's going to put little pictures of me as retarded weasels in every one of his lore video art pieces, then by God, I'm going to make fun of him at every opportunity I get. It's the only way I can have my revenge. Kibs, you monster, how dare you tempt me with Aerith on Valentine's Day? Thanks, by the way. You're welcome, man. And thank you guys for supporting me. I can't afford these thumbnails without donations. Nor can I afford to live, really. But... Sorry, there's a certain humor in that. I like the bleakness of it. So yeah, basically, what happens to the 8 Starborn children is they become different aspects of the gods that are slain. They take on the responsibilities of those. Now, the lesser gods still exist, and some of the other gods are changed by becoming part of the new order. Now, Syra will become the regent. She will become basically the new, leader of the heavens. She takes control over Syra itself. Syra, and Syra, you know what I'm saying? Like, the name of the star is Syra, of the Syra system. The Syra system is which Terrestria is in. She was named after the star, the goddess was. It's fitting that she inherits the same thing. The worst part is the Empress of Astria in the start of the video game is called Syra too. So it's like, oh, God help me. There's too many Syras. Like, I'm going to have an aneurysm. It's too popular of a name in Astria. But Syra is a very popular female name, so it's not entirely surprising. It's just annoying. It's just... How does fate play a role in a role of human life? Can free will exist, and are they but a manifestation of will? Fate, free will. So the Astrians have a view on this, and they view that there are many passable paths of things that could come, or may come, or have yet to come, but those things that may come to pass are completely dependent on the actions of what you do now, in the present. If you take good actions to lead to good things, then generally that's how you earn that. If you take actions that lead to good things, then you're doing it right in the Astrian view set. If you take actions and those actions lead to bad things, well, you're just bad. The Astrians have a very simple view on that. They have a view in terms of future. Now, there's the laws of the universe. The laws of the universe, which I've already stated publicly, you cannot go back in time. It's just simply not possible. You cannot undo the actions of the past. You can only march forward. Now, the Astrians have a view of time that's actually somewhat similar. Not every faith does. Some faiths have views that time travel is real. They're just wrong. They're just wrong. Sadness. But so they have a view that, you know, there are many possibility basically think of many doors, but it's all on you to choose which doors you get to. And your actions will determine what doors you get access to, on what paths you can take in life. And so that's the idea of self-betterment. That's where Astrians have this huge focus on the self and the importance of individuality. That's why every Astrian has the right to bear arms in the Astrian Empire, because everyone has the right to personal freedoms. Well, they did. Listen, the War of the Five Emperors changed that a little bit, because different regions of Astria are now ruled by great families. These great families came from great generals or governors that came from the War of the Five Emperors period 200 years before the start of the game. This is important because these great governors and generals now have basically set up these great houses within the empire, and they do not answer directly to the senatorium. The senatorium sits beneath the emperor, but the emperor has always been in favor of it, historically. Not always, but historically, in most cases. The senatorium represents the people of Astria. Now, the senatorium, whether they vote to pass certain laws or things, they do have to be signed off by the emperor, but generally they always are. And normally things work out pretty well here. However, you got to understand in 1022 AE, we're talking about the height of the Great House era, you know? Like, the only place that the senatorium laws even matter are in the southern realms of the House Volon territories or House Esticles. Because the rest of the great houses are like, nah, don't have to enforce it. They don't have to enforce it either because they have their own armies, and that's an issue. They have their own standing armies. The great houses have de facto become very similar to the high kings of the Astrian Empire during the War of the Five Emperor period. Now, what were the high kingdoms? The high kingdoms were basically like satraps of the empire. I like to think of them as satraps, not necessarily vassals, because that's kind of the relationship they have. These quote-unquote satraps, or high kings, as we call high kingdoms, are basically allowed to operate completely autonomously and do whatever they want and vote on their own issues. All they have to do is basically provide military support and any sort of external threats and things of that nature. And, you know, trade and whatnot. And there's a benefit of being a high kingdom. Being a high kingdom under the Astrian Empire is actually pretty awesome, because you get the protections of the empire, but you also get to practice your own faiths and stuff. And you get the ability to do your own things. Now, to become a high kingdom, there are a lot of things, though, that it does entail. You know, mutual defense, culturally similar. Not any nation could become a high kingdom. For example, Ruthmir has different views on certain ethical things that Astrians just can't quite stomach. So Ruthmir, for example, would not be allowed to become a high kingdom even if they wanted to. How many civil wars does Astria have per century here? So I know we only talk about the civil wars because they're super interesting, but they're extremely rare, actually. So there are a couple of important civil wars that happened in Astrian history. The first and most notable civil war that happened was the Legend of Canar period. That is when the Astrian Republic went into a civil war and then became a kingdom under the first king of Astria, King Canar. King Canar would basically go on, and that's how the legacy of the Valens were born, so to speak, is through his children and whatnot. That's why I said satraps are similar. They're not necessarily the same. Like a high kingdom is very special. Now, there's a certain high kingdom in Astria that is basically a vassal, and that we can talk about is Concordia on the Isle of Achaia. I like that word, so I just took it. It's fine now. Just, you can't do this. You can't. Asher, you've made your bed once, and there are no do-overs. Now lie in it. Basically, yes. The average generals don't need oracles. My goodness, chat. What are you telling me? Oracles are bad? Like, no omens and portents here, bravo. No, fuck it. Shut up, chat. Oh my god, you're retarded. You little tards. Samper Tantrum donates a generous $50 saying, nice lore dump, you nerd. Hashtag sock fund. I am sorry about this. I have some regret about doing this, but I wanted to actually hear you guys' thoughts on the general idea of it. The one thing I'm sorry about is I don't have like all the art done. Like we could talk about each god in particular, like Orestios. Like who is Orestios? Like what is he like? What are the things he did before the whole War in the Heavens happened? But the thing is, we can't get bogged down in the details, even though the details are good, because the primer videos aren't about that. And that's what these things are for, by the way. The primer videos are for the excuse me, I have the belchies. The primer videos exist for the primer videos. Stupid Kibs, you said it twice. You were thinking about two things at the same time. Primer videos are here to prime you for the setting. That's what they are for. That's all the purpose of the primer videos are. They're going to be very large, broad summaries of events. Because the issue is, in order to do a proper lore video on the gods, I'd need to have a lore channel. I need like 100 videos to even get through like the other fucking things. Before we can even start the Starborn. Because the whole like Colossi, creation of the Colossi, the different names of the different Colossi, because they do have different names. Like, we could talk about the individual ones, the ones that created, or the one who created Ariestos and the gods, or the ones that created the mortals, because they're all playing with each other. They're literally playing with each other. They're literally children in a sandbox. They're fucking, like, it's pretty messed up. They're like making toys to fuck with each other's toys. Oh my goodness. You didn't necessarily, well, you did miss the big dump. We'll probably end up talking about it again. It's quite massive. How many great houses are there? Well, there is House Vala, which is the reigning house and will always have to be based on the laws of the Celestial Order. There is House Helvest and the Vacant Throne. Or not, Helvest isn't the Vacant Throne. Helvest is the southerly house on Krynos. The last big holdings that the Astrians have is House Helvest. Not the most economically well-off house. They recently survived a civil war which saw the Duchy of Ethos break off as a sovereign nation. Which, whoops. Not good. Not good. Then there is House Taurius to the north of Vala. They are the martial house, often considered the house of great military power. A lot of great military generals came from that house. That sort of northern culture had a very military tradition set up. That's why when the Astrians absorbed them into the kingdom, they promised them lots of glory and honor. Because the one way to absorb them into the empire was to basically convince them that it was more beneficial to fight with each other, because we'd have a lot more cool battles together. Samper Tantrum donates $1 say, dude, I really enjoy these lore streams. I just wanted to bully old little Kibble. Hashtag sock fund. Well, I want to do it bigger than this, to be honest. But it's not ready for like the whole spiel, even for this. This is for the first video for the primer series. once we had the first primer video done, because with this art, Alucard and I worked on together. I did the slop doc, and then Alucard took the slop doc, and then we worked together to basically make these panels. These panels will then be sent off to Carlos, who is then in turn going to basically finalize them, clean them up, make them proper canonized and art and whatnot. And then after Carlos is done with them, we ship them off to Robert. And then I shipped off the script to Robert as well at the same time. Or not to Robert, I shipped that off to the voice actor or actress that'll be handling it. And then after that's been returned to me, I shipped that off to Robert. Then Robert produces the music for it, and then edits it together, and then we're done. We're almost there. The slop doc phase is done. The storyboard first draft is almost done, and then it's the polishing. Now the polishing is probably gonna. I told the artists to keep it grayscale, simply put, because I just don't want to waste time with this and to get bogged down by it. The primer videos, the only reason why I decided to make them is because when we started work on the first script of the Battle of Broken Storms, it kind of felt like there was something missing. Like, there's so much lore, and I already feel bad that the primer videos are only going to be like 30 minutes or 20 minutes long. They really should be like, 100 hours worth of fucking lore content for every subject they're talking about. But simply put, in order to just get to the point, we need to have a primer to prepare you for the lore, so you can understand the faith, the mythos, why the Astrians believe what they do. We're not going to quite get into like the little details and nuances just yet, like the whole view of Tyrannos triumphing over Thorgos, and why that's a big deal, because his triumph over Thorgos shows that they hold justice in a higher view than they do, martial strength itself. Any chance of getting battle lore vids like Baz Battles or History March? Yes, those are already in production. I'll show you that. Hold on. Hold on to your little bucketfish bodies. Some of you are new, I take it, because you don't know about these things, which means that you have yet to see them yourself. Little artists are posting things up. Hold on, just scrolling up through the art. You were looking for a lore video thing. Now, we've already done some work on this field. Okay, there we go. Alright, so let's see. Boop. Take a look with your little fishy eyes. The reason why I cover my screen is because I open up the dev server and I don't want you guys to see the secrets as yet. You have to wait for those things. So here is the map of Astios. Now, Astios is actually, like, I had Sala expand the map so it's a little bit bigger than this direction, like out here. So the forests of Califar are over here. That's important. This is the Great River of Osos that runs here. This separates the east and west of the Empire. This river runs from the south point of the Ithrillian Mountains range. The Ithrillian Mountain range runs all the way north, all the way into Tivoni. So it goes way the fuck up there. Tivoni is one of the northerly kingdoms. My nose, it's got the tingly winglies. What are you talking about? Oh, you Legacy of the Cane. What do you... Oh yeah, I'd made Carlos a deal. Carlos wants me to stream Legacy of Kain, and because he's a dev member, I'm like, okay, that's cool. You can stream me Legacy. I'll stream Legacy of Kain for you. I've never played those games. But the deal is, he has to make the thumbnail himself. For me. Free thumbnail art. And he said, deal. So he's going to make the art. We're going to be doing it around Halloween time. I also did it with quick few minute sketches. I didn't even went over the composition or anything, since this is to delegate it to someone else who will do them properly, etc. Yep. Oh yeah, no, when we were working on the Alucard, like, we just fucking blitzed through them. I mean, I'll be brutally honest with you guys. I don't know how many of you know how storyboards work, but Alucard has actually gone above and beyond most storyboard artists. Most storyboards, industry standard and industry professionals, is stick figures. And some of them are blue and some of them are like red to represent different characters. They're color coded. That is normally, that's what a storyboard is. Like, there might be a little bit more detail, but normally there's not a whole lot. And then the storyboard process, eventually, those will be refined later. But that's normally how it goes. Where's going to describe how much I want you to stream Legacy of Kain? I love that series. Well, don't worry about it. We'll get to it. I can see I alone am the seer. Shut up, rare slut. Finish more of my art, you little slave. He's like, my goodness, chant. Kibs, do other gods exist outside the Astrian pantheon? Fuck yes. There's so many. Like, we're only talking about the Astrians gods. Do you have any idea how many fucking religions there are on Terrestrian? Oh, God. Okay, I'll tell you how many there are. Hold on. I've got to cover up the screen again. I've got to open up the lower sensitive docs and scroll through them to get to the actual religions themselves. Now, some of these are placeholder names, but these should be the current religions that are in existence as of 1022 AE, factoring different schisms and factoring in different splinter faiths and, different faiths that existed or eradicated over time. We're not going to talk about faiths that existed before 1022 AE, and we're not going to talk about faiths that exist after. And yes, I have them all. There are more of them than there probably should be. Let's just say when I build worlds, I build them bigger than I probably should. Alright, hold on. I just have to navigate a little bit. Okay, under religions. Nope, cannot show you anything in this document. No. Hey, look, Carlos is in here. This document. Nope. Okay, so here are the religions that we have so far. Now, these are the predominant major religions in the terrestrial world. These do not include minor cults or anything like that, or any other minor faiths. So the first one we have is the Celestial Starborn. You guys know about that one. That's the big one we're working on. Then we have Celestial Pagan. You already know about that one. We've talked about it a little bit. Then we have Celestial Singularity. That is the other interpretation where the one true God is born. Or not necessarily born, but the one true God becomes the singular God, which is another splinter from the Starborn. That splinter occurred when the basically fracturing the Empire happened, because many of the different regions were like, well, we really don't want to answer to the Celestial Order anymore because the Celestial Order is controlled by the Astrians. So we're going to form our own faith with blackjack and hookers. And so they did. And it was easier because they just didn't like managing all the polytheistic gods. Like, oh, it's too many. Just one. And so they've got like ranting and raving priests that just fucking froth from the mouth. It's absolutely spectacular. We have the Seaborn, the Isle of Achaea, which is, you know, the Concordian, House Concordia, Ido, Selenar and Lanadris, that's where they're from. They are part of the Seaborn faith. They have a special deal within the Empire to maintain their faith and whatnot. The Seaborn have their own beliefs entirely from the Starborn. We have the Galahadra. Now, the Galahadra are important because they have these, like, large wizard towers. That's where large sorcerers are. The Galahadra faith, it stems from as far as Tavoni, Ruthmere, Ithrin, Arnor, and Salingir, Annenvale, other fuckers, name who I can't remember. Skipping over them, Thurnberg, Dabunya, Venici, and, oh fuck, what's the last one? Silesia. The final one. There we go. It's basically a long noodle that runs across Astria. Their casters are quite interesting. They have these large sorcerer towers. They're actually important in the Battle of Broken Storms because Puliosa will have to seek one out to get their aid in breaking the storms that have now manifested themselves above Estios. My God. Just being weird. Ignoring chat's weirdom. Moving on from them, we have the Girchel. Now, what are the Girchel? You guys kind of know about them. That's what the Nefir believe in. The Girchel, the idea of the All-Father and the Great Mother. The master spirits of man and basically like woman, right? And the taming of the great spirits, the great elements. And their view on like the faith and the order of the stars is very different than how the Starborn have it. Their vices and virtues are different. That's also why the shamans are broken into sexes. So the females represent like the Great Mother, right? They join, you know, they become like either an air shaman or like a water shaman, the more feminine things, or masculine, fire and earth. That's what the males end up doing. And the Onagdor is born with the innate ability to have mastery over those things in a relatively short order, like Martak or something like that. And that is like the big cheese. The Onagdor is like their spiritual liege. He is like the great warlord. Should be reminiscent, not necessarily of Tengri perhaps, but of like steppe tribe culture in general. I think we kind of broke ways with Tengrism a little bit. Just a pinch. Mostly because Tengrism is cool, but also just... I wanted to do something new with it. Oh, Dad and Mom. My God. Senior Kibs, some of us love map porn. Give us map. Put them on the site. Alright, hold on. I'll pull up the map for you guys right now. If you guys like fucking map porn, and that's the reason why you play fucking goddamn Paradox games, you're gonna love our IP. You're not only gonna love it, you're gonna fucking salivate over it. You know why? Oh god, no, I don't want to think about it anymore. Never mind. Oh, my brain! Every year date has a different fucking border for certain things. I don't want to think about that anymore. Kibbo's sad. Alright, where did I put that folder? I have to sort through so many pictures! Sorry, I haven't opened up the map in a while. Oh, there it is. Okay, opening it now. Come on, baby, let's go! Whoop! Alright, fine. If you're gonna be like that, computer, I'm just gonna open it up over here. Yep, Tengri has a lot of different variations due to different tribes and cultures. Yep. Also, there's a lot of oral tradition, so it changes drastically depending on tradition. That is unfortunately something we factored into our setting too. And I say unfortunately because unfortunately for the writers. God rest our souls. Autism rising. Alright, so let's see. Story. I need to open up religion doc again. Let us close the religion doc on this computer so I do not fucking show you this. Otherwise I will chop my own head off. I will. You have no idea. Okay, this map is a bit what we call a little bit of a mess, but you gotta forgive Kib, and then you gotta like worship Kib as a god from now on. Take a look and behold my little chat. So, we're going to talk about the map. You wanted map? There's map. Now, this is only some of the layers, and I've yet to finish bringing them over. I've got a new environmental artist to help me finish this map up, so it'll be nice and pretty. But, yeah, so we've got a lot of stuff here. So, Ruthmere. There's the Kingdom of Ruthmere, Tivoni, Arnor, Ithrin, Solengard, the Farnost Forest, and Vale, Debunia, Thurnberg, Venici, Silesia. Also, Thurnberg does not practice the Galahadra. No, I forgot about that. Don't worry about it. Mistakes are made. They have their own faith. Ah, the Duchy of Rosalion. What a cancerous little cesspit. Astria looks like a dinosaur. I know, right? Its little legs like... Avagaria looks like a fucking turtle. With a little mouth like... I can't get over that. Very good. Very good indeed. All right, where were we? Is this Photoshop? No, this is Clip Studio. But it's very similar as far as programs go. Very similar indeed. Was it Solengard or Sovngarde? No, Solengard. Solongard. There you go. Because there's the Assylian Mountains. So during the War of the Five Emperors, the Astrian Empire basically... You want to see something real quick? Kibbos will help you because I'm pretty cool like that. Don't worry about it, chat. I'm just a pretty based kib. Right, so. Just fucking press the wrong button. Fucking Christ! Where's my little pencil tool? There we go. That is a big, big brush on a big, big piece. So at the height of the Astrian Empire's size, it was about... You'll see how big the Astrian Empire really was. Because Kibbos remembers by heart the borders. Well, it's because they, go with geographic lines, which, thank God, it very much helps Kibs a lot. There. This is all formerly part of the Astrian Empire. Was at some point. It's all been lost now. Whoopsie doopsie. Somebody pulled a bit of a poopsie. Technically, these islands here were also part of the Astrian Empire. This was part of the Astrian Empire at a time. And they lost basically, what's this? So they lost pretty much. Africa. Curses the borders for being so wiggly. If I remember right, it was kind of... I know it's somewhere over here, because it's actually on a different document, there's a thing that says it, like, it does this. Because I know this border here... This border here is messy, because over the span of 200 years, it shifts a lot. Not just because it switches hands with the Astrian Empire, but because the Bajaran Dominion also came over here. And the Bajaran Dominion is a big deal because they basically fucked up everything. This stream isn't for that, Merlin. Now, shoo, you are no longer welcome here. You know that. Then Aerith was born, and sadly, the Empire was doomed. This game gonna be great, guys. Thanks for sticking with us during the journey, says Alucard. I know, right? It's coming along quite nicely. Question, at what point does new god get formed from a newly created religion? Does it take it one person, or are there a certain threshold that it needs to reach? That's a very good question. Yes, you're not Merlin. Merlin, you're a tumor. Go away. You were a tumor for a long time. Let's see, how do I get rid of you for good? There. Shoo. Good riddance. Ugh. I'm annoyed about how much the drama you always got into with fucking Dinko and stuff, so I don't want you around here. Go, go, go. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Your kind ain't welcome round here. Yes. It's amazing that every single one of these countries signed a global commerce agreement to use the exact same currency everywhere on the planet. I wish, King Brandon. For the sake of the video game, though, we're gonna make it different. Because the video game... Oh, God. So, Brandon, I hate the fact that you bring that up. Do you have any idea how autistic the thing you just mentioned is? Do you have any idea? Can you wrap your head around it? So, when we were working on the video game, the question was asked, should we incorporate every economic system from every various culture you go to? The answer is no. No way in hell. Because that's just too much. That's too much work. I can't show you where the characters go in the video game, because that would be spoilers. But I am not going to design 70 different things. It's just too many. Far too many. No, Arrowtooth. That was just somebody that had stirred up drama with some people I know, and I just don't want to get involved in it. So I'm just going to gatekeep it out. Because I know the intentions there are bad, so I'm not going to deal with it. The best way to deal with drama people, or people that come to stir stuff, because I know it, because I've seen it, is to gatekeep. Now, where were we? Oh, yeah, so the economic side. Yes. Technically, the Astrian Empire has its own economic system and own currency. Galay has its own currency. Vinori doesn't necessarily have a currency, they're more like a simple barter economy. Confederacy of Bastard has a currency, though it's very unstable. I can't map all that. You have any idea on Sarcastic? So, in the video game, I came up with a solution. The solution is, let's not fucking worry about it. Let's not fucking worry about it. It's just too complicated. And I don't know if it's going to add something. Let me put it this way. If there's enough demand and people really, really want us to try to explore it, I'm open to the idea of testing some stuff with your guys' help. However, that's only... I'd rather somebody just mod it in and I just tell them how it works and then they do the work. It'd be like, here's the official mod for it. Oh god. I'd have to stop what I'm doing and work on economy for like hours, and you guys do. Okay, so when you're writing a story, this is something George R. R. Martin got wrong and was very stupid about. George R. R. Martin's like, what's the taxes of the Gondorians? How do they collect the taxes? Said the soy cuck. And the Chad Tolkien said, I don't fucking care. When you write a story, write what you want. Now, the reason why I want to do the currencies eventually is because I want to actually incorporate a 2-layered currency system to the video, to the pen and paper. The first layer of the pen and paper I want it to have, what's it called? Like a simple economy, like, oh, just gold or silver, right? You know, your basic bitch fantasy economy. The second thing I want it to have a multi-layered system, sort of like the Battletech roleplay system has, where there are different currencies between the different domains of the Great Houses. That's really cool, except C-bills sort of undermine that to a ludicrous degree, so that C-bill is only used. Because that's something I find kind of cool. Dynamic trade, good, and currency. Economy, gold standard. Gold standard is based. Yep, I'm probably going to do it that way, Zidre. But for the pen and paper, I would like somebody to help me with that stuff, because Kibs is not an economist, and I only know so much. I can only read so much. I'll never catch up economy-wise. It's important to know one's limitations. Economic DLC pack for $9.99.99. My god, no, I don't think so. You never answered my new religion, new god question, Kibs. Oh, I got distracted. Sorry about that. So, the formation of a god, or the creation of a god, it requires people to believe in it in order for it to form in the ethereal realm, right? So theoretically, if you were to believe in the great spaghetti monster, theoretically speaking, to a degree, there would be nothing dedicated to it, because there's nothing of offer or significant value. In order for generation of power, something must be given, or something, there must be some sort of exchange economically in order for power to take place, like a trade, if you will. Not necessarily like equivalent exchange like out of Full Metal Alchemist, because they have a law of equivalent exchange for how their alchemy magic works. But not that system, but basically the construction of temples and basically mass worship. The larger the worship, the better formation of a god or pantheon can happen, and if it is true, the more believe it's true, so too is it true in the heavens. Truth is born. I can write for a game. Even experts cannot explain how the market still works. Yeah, that's true. It's just gonna have to be a game mechanic, really. One thing GRM got right was maiming or killing a main character makes the story more real. Actually, he fucked up, and that's actually false, Mr. Blonde. So, George R. R. Martin didn't ever kill a main character that mattered. Let me put it that way. Because he had to bring back Jon Snow, and so he didn't actually die, nothing really mattered, and there was no stakes to the story to begin with. The problem is every story is that way, if you want to look at it that way. The problem with J.R.R. Martin, or G.A.R. Martin, with his line of thinking and how I view it as problematic in its own right, is he thinks, and I hate the fact that that word's been raped so much. I like that word. He basically took the idea of like, oh, like I'm gonna do things like focus on economy and stuff like that because Tolkien was a hack, because Tolkien didn't focus on economy. Tolkien was an idiot because he didn't do fucking, because, you know, Gondorians, like, how do they collect taxes? Ridiculous, absurd. It's like, okay, whatever, dude. Like, okay, whatever. Like, the reason why Tolkien didn't write about economy is because he didn't give a shit. And that's nothing wrong with that. When you're writing a fiction, whether you're writing a universe, Squealy, or Brandon, or Sadwings, whatever you're doing, write what you want to write. Don't write what somebody tells you to write, or you have to fill some stupid criteria. The only reason I did the tectonic plates on this piece of shit planet was because Bubbles said, wouldn't it be funny if we did tectonic plates? And it was the, wouldn't it be funny? Then we made tectonic plates for fucking hours. And so we studied tectonic plates, we looked at how tectonic plates worked and how they formed, and then used our world as a reference. That is why this world actually looks like kind of like Earth. In fact, it should look like an inversion of Earth, because that's exactly what it is. North America, South America, Europe, Africa. This is supposed to be Asia. I don't really know what that is. Maybe it's Indochina. I don't know. I just sort of lost what I was doing over there. But we were just making shapes at that point. Mostly because the tectonic plates are weird, so things looked a little weirder over there. But the general shape started the same. Tolkien, the man of cake, yes. Tolkien was writing on an economist, and Tolkien wrote what he wanted to write. He didn't write what he didn't care about, and that there's a certain beauty in that. You don't need to write things you don't care about, because why should you? You should really only focus on what you want to focus on. Okay, so you want to know the height of the Astrian Empire, right? I don't think they ever touched those islands, though, if I remember right. Oh, so crossing this sea, genuinely awful. Genuinely, or ocean, I guess you could say. JK, don't look that far. It's like, I may not be that far, but there's lots of monsters in that water. Bart's working on videos today. Bart's going to be busy today, sadly, so he won't be joining us. See you, Edness. Tolkien was also a linguist, so he made languages as well. That's true. Another thing I've seen a lot of indie creators do, and this is a mistake, and I hope you guys avoid it, because I too had to learn this too. But I hope this knowledge maybe helps you on your own journey. So, when you're making your own setting or writing your own fantasy setting, right, you do not need to make the languages. That is by no means a thing you need to do, and you can hand wave it if you want to. You can make like a fucking... You can do what Farscape did if it's a science fiction setting, be like, there's microbes, or Star Trek where they got translator fucking nanites or whatever. Like, that's fine. You can do that. There's no harm, or there should be no shame in doing that. Write what you want to write. Do not write what others tell you to write. If somebody isn't interested, like, I really care about language, then you weren't writing for them anyways. This isn't for them. Write what you want to write. If you don't want to write about the complex trade economy of, a galactic empire or a seafaring empire like the Astrian Empire was, or like the Luminarians were in our setting, you don't have to. You don't have to. Do the basics of research of how it works, and then just focus on other areas, because only focus on what the story needs you to focus on. You don't need to focus on things that don't matter because nobody cares. No. Making up a language is easy? Yes. Anyone that says otherwise is a complete idiot. I want to point that out right now. It's like, I made my own language. It's like, okay, do you want a little golden star, or do you want me to care? Like, what are you telling me? I don't care. Making your own language is not special. Anybody can do it. Making vowels matter. Different vowels do different things. I do it. You can do it. Anybody can do it. It's not a skill. It's not something incredible. Making it sound fluffy like Tolkien did is not incredibly impressive either. Like, anyone can do that. You can do it. I can do it. But it's not about that makes what Tolkien did valuable, or what makes any writer what they did good anyways, right? You can make a super cool language and nobody could give a flying fuck about it because, well, your fucking setting or your story sucks. Like, who cares? And so just focus on what you're passionate about. In general, you'll find success that way. Now, I did make some language stuff. I've got the template for, like, some of the cultures constructed, but it's rudimentary, and it's only going to be used for creation of names, generally. Because in the video game, we're going to use the justification of the trade tongue, which the Astrian trade tongue is a prevalent thing because the Astrians' influence over the planet is actually quite massive. At least in the sphere of this. When it comes to Astrian trade influence. Which is quite ridiculous when you think about it. But yeah, so this is how big the Astrian Empire was, by the way. So they lost all of that. So they were quite chunky. They're very small, actually, by consideration of how big they used to be. Now, bear in mind that, for instance, like these regions here, like these are the High Kingdoms. I can't remember how the border worked exactly. There's a different map mode that sort of shows how their borders actually were at some point. It was sort of like that. So those were two High Kingdoms. And so technically the Astrians weren't like that big, but they were part of the Empire, if that makes sense. The Garkar come from up north. Then he zoomed out and whoa. Oh yeah. This is the planet. There's the equatorial line. You can see how big it is. Like, for instance, this continent here. I put nothing over here. Because I don't have anything to put over here, and there's nothing to do over here. Like, the story doesn't take place over here. That, in fact, this area is unexplored and doesn't even know. Like, the Astrian's line of sight. Like, let's talk about that for a second. Now! Alright, press the wrong button again. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. So Astrians know about generally, like, a generalized idea of, like... They sort of know about the coast, I guess. That's what the Astrians know about the world, basically. Like, they have an idea that there's somebody over here. They made contact with them before. And, like, some things, like, they've made contact with, like, these guys before. But, like, if there was a fog of war, like, this is what the Astrians do. Like, huh? And even then, like, this is, like, knowledge that people would have. This is, like, the better knowledge. The inner circle, let's call it that. And so that would be, like, what they know better. Like, Fog of Layer 1, Fog of Layer 2. Like, 1, they know everything. 2, they know, like, a little bit. And 3, like, I don't know, there's stuff out there or something. Maybe just planet ends, I don't know. Maybe it's the void. Maybe it's the... Does this planet have a moon? Yes, it does. It has Venor. Venor is a moon with a little ice belt that wraps around it, and there are 3 large little orbiting asteroid bodies that circle the little moon, orbit it. That is the moon Venor. Or that's what the Astrians call it. Other cultures call it different things, but we're operating from the Astrian mindset. That's why we refer to AE and BE time frame, not anyone else's. It's completely from their perspective. So the seasons, the years, the everything will be focused on the perspective of Astria. Otherwise, you're going to get very confused when we start talking about the view of Mass Attack's view on time. Then we'll get... my brain, let's not. Very cool about the moon. Yeah, it's a very pretty moon, actually. The ice belt is quite beautiful at night. It's like a silver ring that engulfs the moon. Or engulfs. Goes around. You know what I mean. Is there making Astrian great again or unification movement? I mean, it depends. So there are certain Astrians that want to rebuild the empire to its former glory. There is and there are nobles that are big on that. Crondrius and House Vala, the sacred bloodline, like Rhea, Nezra, and I and them, they basically, so their view set is simple. So under Emperor Daros, right, during the Battle of Broken Storms era, this was what was left of the Astrian Empire, approximately. This isn't exactly correct. This territory here, under his reign, fell to the Nefir. Now, what's important is the Nefir actually came to a certain bottle point here, because that is where they could cross into Astria. And if they get in there, like, they can't use that as a shield, because the thing you need to factor in too is that this range here, that mountain range there, is a giant wall. They can't cross over. Like Anendros, good luck. The Eriador Pass, you'll starve to death going through it. You'll starve to death. Unless you have like supplies and stuff to get through that. And then the only other real passes are like some areas on the river, but not much. It's really just the Great Bridge at Estios is the final pass that connects the Empire together. That huge bridge, which it is fucking huge, I want to point out, like it has 2 lanes. Like it is a massive bridge. And it's because it's what connects the Empire together. Hannibal could cross it. The Ithrillian Mountains? Perhaps. Perhaps. The only point to really cross it is Anendros, but maybe he could get Eriador through Eriador Pass. Good fucking luck, though. I'd like to see you get an elephant through that. I'd like to say. I doubt you really could. It gets very narrow in places where only a single man, if you're lucky, a beast maybe could get through. Maybe a spearbeak if it could climb a little. It would be rough, though. You little bucket fish. I see the cult potential. What are you talking about? Is that a full world map, or is there more land off map? Nope, this is the entire world of Terrestria. This is a globe. Look, you've got the Abyssal Pass. Nah! I scrolled away. Don't worry about that. You didn't see that. You didn't see. I'm not ready to reveal that culture. Ah. The gods of fortune. Fucking money-grubbing bastards. Money-grubbing Vikings. Alright, so let's see. So yeah. This region fell under Emperor Daros, and that's why it was so important when the Horde came down, because they couldn't cross through there. They didn't really know about the Eriador Pass, and even if they did, they couldn't really. And so all that strength, like hundreds of thousands of little warrior dudes, are going to be focused in this little choke point here. That's why it's important, because if they're going to break through, they need to hurry, because the Astrians are also regrouping. Boop. Actually, no. If the what's the name of the guy? He was Memnon Torius was the leader of House Torius at this point. He would be, he would be fighting a retreating campaign. He would be going through here, and then we'd have to get back. You'd have to go like this to get to Estios, and the House Esteclesian troops that have to come from up down there, and the Cilician mercenaries, if I remember right, come through the river. Like that. And then Pulioso and his men and the Templars reach the city there. Yep. This is important because I'm remembering the mapping of the movements of the different characters as they move across the map. But yeah, so that's how it works. They wiggle around. Isn't that pretty cool? Oh my god, holy shit. How wide is the world scope for the first game? Pretty big. Pretty big. It's definitely, we decided that if we're going to do something, it's going to be an epic. So it follows a very interesting point in the Astrian history. The most interesting point, I think, and I can't really say why, but it was important that 1022 AE be picked for the first game, because 1022 AE connects certain things together. How do I word this? It's important. It is the only justification why we could put Celeste on the cover. That is all I can say. I cannot say more than that. And that's why it's important, because Celeste is the poster child of the IP. That's why we have lots of posters of that little lady. Tell me more about the Slavs. I have personal interest. Oh my god, why? So, Slavic culture groups. Cultures that are kind of influenced by them. I don't know if we're ready to talk about them just yet. I think we'll have to wait. Because when it comes to focuses, right? The primary focus is on these guys. Specifically, this area right here. Because this area is fucking huge, by the way. There's like Pyria, Helios, Estios, Rivera is all here. Serenia is an important port city, but not as important. Like Helios is the capital of the Astrian Empire. It was relocated under Emperor Chondrios down to Pyria, which was a little fishing village that has been since uplifted into a very large city of over 100,000 people. Then you have the Holy Mountain of Titanos here. You have the city of Rivera, important because that's where the Senatorium is for the Empire, because that was considered like the administration head of the Empire, because from there, it would stretch out to, you know, all parts of the Empire. And through Cyrenia, would, you know, reach out into administrating these areas here. So it kind of operated from there, if that makes sense. That's why the Senatorium is located in Cyrenia, because Cyrenia has access to the River Vestos. No, not Estios, that's the city. Its ships can go down this river, it's so big. So ships actually sail up inland to deliver information through the river. The river is important because it is a connection point for the Empire and all of its information and knowledge. Yeah, the map is huge. That's where Rivera is like the, think of it as like Mediolanum, right? Strategically speaking, it was like sort of a pseudo-capital because it made sense of its location geopolitically. Geographically, not geopolitically. But that way they could have access to sea, because the river of Osos touches the sea, and because it touches the sea, all the information can come in there. And because the Astrians' core focus, in terms of administration, was always viewing like out in this direction. This is where the core focus of the Astrian interests are. This direction here. That's why these areas over here under the Empire actually diminished quite a bit, because the Empire's focus was always over here. And that had to do with the fact that sea travel was not very good, and Galay was just an administrative nightmare due to the fact that it was formerly occupied by the Novarian Dominion, and then was then taken during the Second Astro-Dominion Wars and the Colonial Wars, as an Astrian territory, to mostly just deprive the Novarians from their interests, because the Novarian Dominion, okay, the capital's not here. It's like here, basically, around that area. That's Amon. Amon is important because Amon was the capital of the Novarian Dominion. The Novarian Dominion, at its height, was about... And technically they had... like that. That's also what put them at conflict with the Astrians. They also had all this, but it was like a more sliver along the coast back then, because they had yet to push inland. So the Novarian Dominion had a big focus on that area too. And that's about the approximate height of the Novarian Dominion's size. And then during the Astro-Dominion Wars, they basically lost Cilicia. They lost all their Galay holdings in Avogaria. They lost all of their Carinos holdings. They were basically reduced to just a tiny little thing. Dinosaur-inus. What the fuck? Dinosaur. Oh, the dinosaur. You're sick, man. I now know what you're talking about. Got naval combat, Kibs? Not in the video game, sadly. I removed that feature and function because it didn't serve a purpose. And you're like, Kib, what the fuck you mean didn't serve a purpose? Well, the reality is you don't really take control of any captains in the story, really. I mean, you kind of do, but kind of don't. Captains in the sense of like a ship, a maritime ship. And so, for now, the warfare mode is a substitute, because if there's like a fleet battle, we can do it with a warfare mode, just like we can do ground battles. What is that? Terra Ignata, below the coastal kingdoms, Kibs. Or kingdoms. Terra Ignata. Terra Ignata. Coastal kingdoms. Eh? What? The Windlords? Eh. Lil bug. Listen, I was bored, so I was drawing like symbols on the map. Just give me memory references as to what they look like. Ah! Press the wrong button. So there's going to be a void event, several such points of it in the history of the world. I don't know what that means, void event. Expand and elaborate. Can you safely sail to Galay and Astria from Cilicia? I don't have my maritime map added to this yet, so I can't really see. If I remember right, it goes like this. And then it goes like... or something like that is like the safest way to travel. You do not want to go here, if I remember right. You do not. I can't remember exactly where it is. Just like you also don't want to go here. Or like there. Like there are just certain spots of the water that are just bad. And we'll talk about why. The reason why is... Okay, so what's important to note, why is it shitty? Well, there in this sort of vicinity, like about... sort of like, I can't remember what it looks like underwater because I don't have the underwater layer, but there's actually like a sort of like a plateau here, right? And it's actually fairly high, all things considered. Incredibly high. In fact, there's actually lots of little tiny unnamed islands and shit here. However, they're just too tiny to matter, so I don't put them on the map. The only ones I got on the map are the ones that are big enough that matter. So this region's kind of annoying, and sailing north has its own problems up until that point. The reason why it's like a barrier and why it's difficult to get through is because navigating through it, there are these shallows. These shallows are bad, not only because you can accidentally run your ship against the ground, but there's also the potential of some horrific things like the, what do you call them? These sea crabs. Long, 60-foot tall underwater sea monster crabbies. They reach up out of the water and they generally attack things. Normally they'd attack like whales and stuff, because that's what normally would, if they're crossing this area of body of water, that's where they'd have to go. They'd sort of slip through here. Well, they'd eat them. Well, they attack boats because, well, they're about the same, and they're filled full of tasty snacks. Tasty snacks. Sea crabs are a genuine terror to behold. There's another area of the water that's actually pretty bad here. These have the parasites, which are their own problem. There's an entire armada that's basically an autonomous like kingdom of itself that is paid for by the kingdoms that trade through the region to be maintained to basically wage an eternal war against the parasites. Because they need to keep them down, because it's a potential that they could spread to different areas of water, because they have in the past. Parasites are able to take control of various ships or people or any bodies. Whether it's a whale, a parasite could take control. Whether it's a crab, it could take control of it. Generally, they prefer warmer waters, and there's a lot more warmer water in this area, though it generally falls off a lot around this region here. Bear in mind that a lot of the heat water, like hot water, is going to be coming from this little area there, because that's where the equatorial line runs through the waters here. There's always a bigger fish. Yes, there is. There are some pretty big fishy wishies. It's the haunt of chatfish. My God. Welcome to stream, Pickle Father Noigel. I was told there was a single cat girl looking for hot single bucket fish in my area. He's like, damn, thirsty boys. So it's 1022 AE. Basically, this world's the fall of the Western Roman Empire. But if the Astrian Empire plays its cards right, it can turn either delay the fall or turn it around. Kinda. So technically, under Emperor Daros was considered, from the Astrian point of view, imagine the Battle of Ravenna. Are you familiar with history, anyone? I don't know why I'm like raising my hand to see if anyone raises their hands. I gotta stop doing that. You can't see me, I can't see you, so raising your hand means nothing. God damn it. So, during the fall of the Western Roman Empire, and I'm a big fan of the late Roman Empire, specifically the West, because I find it very romantic, and that's one of my interests and one of my key inspirations for my setting, actually. The migration period. So, during the fall of the Western Roman Empire, one of the final battles the Romans had was against Edgar, where I forget to say his name, was at the Battle of Ravenna, or outside of the city of Ravenna. And that would be the final battle that would determine the fall of the empire. And as we all know, the Battle of Ravenna did not go well for the Romans. They lost. Now, accounts claim that you know, the bodies were stacked so high because the fighting was so ferocious as they, you know, gave their last valiant breath for you know, the Roman Empire, blah, 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 blah. It probably was just, you know, a typical battle. They lost it, and that was it. So our quote-unquote Battle of Ravenna is actually way more interesting than the actual Battle of Ravenna, because the Battle of Ravenna is actually not that interesting as a whole, if I remember right. But basically you have, you know, hundreds of thousands of little Nafir clashing into a small city of Estios. Now, firstborn Prince Taro was originally fighting a retreating campaign against the Nafir as a delaying action to buy time for Estios to get reinforcements from Amon, who would be coming, or not Amon, that's a city. God damn it, Kib. Memnon, Torius, who would be coming through here to reinforce the city. The Templar would be coming by Pulioso and Herestius, second-born Prince Pulioso and third-born Prince Herestius would be bringing their Templar. These guys would be the first to arrive. The second to arrive would be the Cilician mercenaries, we'll just say CIL, which were under Stanti Loru. They will be arriving via the boats to reinforce the city. So these are the first waves. Now, technically, the first wave was actually supposed to be Taro. Taro was pulling back his legion through the force of Califar, but sort of like, you know, imagine Teutoburg, except a lot more valley-ish, with little passes that run through with trees on either side, because it slopes down. So the way you need to think of the topography, because you don't have a topography map, is this river is a very big low point, quite a big low point. So it goes like, you know, like that, but it slopes the roads that they built up, so it's like that, you know, to get down there. And the forest itself are on these huge, beautiful slopes. What? Can I go to the restroom? No. He's like, eh. Do we have an Astrian equivalent of Flavius Attius? You wish we did. No. No, I don't really do, like, I take some inspirations from history, but generally I do my own thing with it. Because that's one thing I remember one person got mad at me. Like, how come, Kib, you don't have equivalents for everything? It's like, because then I would just be writing Romans then. That's not very interesting. Which Battle of Teutoburg? I'm just using that as a frame of reference. It's a forest ambush. Somehow the Nafir, well, we know how, we'll talk about it later. The Nafir came through and ambushed him, and his army got wiped out before they could finish their retreat. Now, Herestius was able to flee with his life and the Palatina Guard and some of the survivors and reach Estios. But they were the bulk of the defenses that were needed and were expected to be there. That's why Estios then sent out, Emperor Dara sent out riders to go get aid from Estacles and Memnon, because he realized then that they were in what we call deep shit, because now they only have a handful of people. And that's also when the formation of the militia began, the big militia, because generally the idea was that the army would take over and maybe the population would need to be evacuated, but the idea was to bait the Nafir into attacking, because the plan was to use little raids across the river to disrupt the food supply and the logistics of the Nafir, so that we have a disaster on the Nafir side, where they're going to have mass starvation and they're going to lose a lot of people. Basically, the idea is to break the horde against the Astrians' like defenses, so that they're forced to either withdraw or throw everything they have at a very narrow region to attack, and the Astrians can just slaughter them wholesale. Because the Nafir, in a straight-up fight against the Astrians without maneuverability, will get their asses kicked. It just never goes well. And so the Nafir have an advantage now, because they have the numbers advantage, and the defenders are missing their core heavy elite troops, because a lot of the elite heavy core troops got wiped out in the forest before they could actually make it to the city. Without those elite heavy core troops, there's nothing to hold those like streets, there's nothing to hold the bridges, there's nothing to hold the riverside, the riverbank. Oh my god, I know what I'm talking about because I wrote the lore, you stupid bitch. He's like, why does Kib know what he's talking about? I don't know. That's very weird. I don't know how that happened. Writes lore. Looks at, what's this? I don't understand. I like the weird threat of parasite things in the south. Not sure if you can say, but do they like heat? They do generally prefer heat. That's why they don't stick. They normally don't spread into the cold waters. They've been having an easier time to contain them. Oh, they take the world. They don't like the equator. The parasite we'll talk about a little bit more in detail, but they are aquatic based. So submarines exist in Astria. Now, submarines are quite scary, mostly because if it's a submarine, it's a ship that is infested with the parasite, and the crew have been turned into basically parasitical hosts for these nasty little monsters, and the ship can submerge itself. So if you're curious about how the parasites work. Now, the parasites are, I fucking loathe them because they're disgusting to write. It was one of the more uncomfortable things I've written. These ships are very ugly. I'm not looking forward to the art, but I'm also morbidly curious. They sort of like go underwater, right? Because they can lower it and they can raise it because they're able to control their, I wrote this down, like air bladders in the ship that they make. So it's able to basically be like a fish. And so that's how they latch onto other ships. They attack them. And the parasites are a problem because they'll attack creatures and infest creatures, and they seem to be able to basically latch onto any being that is able to go into the water. Oh, Lovecraftian submarines of horrors beyond one's comprehension. It's not beyond your comprehension. It's very much within comprehension. It's just gross looking. Oh my god, Munmuns. Funding. Todd, don't you say happy cheek day, Kibs? Hashtag breed Kibs. Well, thank you for your generous donation, and happy cheeks to you. Matt Blankenbacher donates $20 to say, so what was the Astrian equivalence of Pelium? God damn it, I'm gonna hurt you, Matt. I know you're baiting me with this. Why? Matt, why do you do this? Astrians don't have an equivalent of everything. Some stuff is just sort of made the fuck up. Some of it's similar, some of it's not. Some of it so happens to be similar. I just don't care. One thing, okay. Most important advice I can impart upon you fellow little creative lads. So, you're going to make stuff and people are like, oh my god, that's just like the Norse gods. Oh my god, that's just like the Tolkien gods. Oh my god, that's just like the... That doesn't matter. As long as you are doing something unique with it in your setting, and it's cool, and it fits your setting, who gives a shit? Like, if it's got fucking Star Wars laser blaster things, I don't fucking care. Like, if it's good, that's all that matters to me. That's all. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, nothing matters then. Nothing. It's okay to have homages and, like, respects and, nods towards other settings, too. There's a way to be courteous and respectful about it. And then, there's GW, which doesn't do an homage or a nice tip of the hat and respect. It's a middle finger, and then they're like, this is mine now. This is mine. My god, you're speculating that the parasites are linked to Illumine? I would never have thought that, but that is an interesting thought for sure. He's saying that tried to throw me off his wheel. Whoa, 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 whoa. Various tides and directions among the water layers. That's true. How would I have known that the parasite would have followed? Oh my god, I swear to god. If we have a scene where, like, Rhea, I, and Nez are on a ship and there's a captain and they're, like, fleeing the parasite, and they're like, how would I have known the parasite would have followed? That was what we call a subtle homage, and a tip of the hat, a Chad tip. But at the same time, that's also kind of retarded. I don't know what an Illithid is. I know what the Illithid is in terms of Dominions, and I know Dominions is inspired by something else. But maybe they're similar. Who knows? If that makes sense, then that makes sense. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. Do parasites have a slave warrior class that functions as an incubator for their young? Listen, we're not going to get too heavy into the parasites. I don't even have art for these guys yet. You want art for them? Throw me like a few hundos and I'll make it happen. But first, we work on the other stuff. It takes time for this stuff to get made. It takes time. Airships, revolutionary invention, or already tested and burned? Airships is not really an idea at this point in terrestrial history. Just wait till we get to the Victorian era. You're gonna love it. Oh my god, it's so cool. A part of me is, like, I'm glad we're doing it this way, because I think you're gonna appreciate the Victorian era terrestria a lot more, especially with the, like, high medieval sort of antiquity. It's all gonna make a lot more sense. I can't say why, though. I can't say. You'll see in time when game releases, Kib. When it's done. Or when somebody decides to fund me like a lot more than what we're getting. Brian H. 22 say you have one new message. Beep. Thank you for the donation. Welcome aboard, Hamaliel Ali. And Mr. Blonde, welcome aboard. There's so many things. We'll get to the parasites. Like, one of my artists, Carlos, our art director, is actually wanting to do more monsters, but we just lack the funding to get more stuff done. So we're focusing on the Astrians and the Nephiric army. These two guys. So the idea is, with the tabletop war game, we're going to finish those two armies first. The Nephir, the Astrians. Once they're done, we're then probably going to focus on a more monstrous race that's a little bit more interesting. Maybe the Garakar, or the Gurakar. We could theoretically do the Parasite, but the Parasite is maritime bound. They don't really do too much. Like, on land, they need water. So we'll need, like, boats. Well, the river cities of Maztec would be cool. The giants of Budanawa would be cool. I really want to do the Sunken Empire of Astozi. They would be one of the coolest. One of the coolest chapters. Those swastikas, don't worry about it. They're not Nazis, I swear. It's true. All right. And then we got to do the Windlords. Oh, they're so cool too. Oh, fuck, I don't have the resources. One of these days, chat, one of these days. These guys are also pretty cool. These guys are cool too, but, like, these guys have, like, the faceless, and those are super cool. Can't get over how cool those are. God damn it. Sadness. Will you have some oddball race similar to the Skaben? As in retarded and comedic? Probably not. Generally, the races are all mostly mammalian humans of some type. The reason for that is because we operate off the rule of the one alpha species rule, which the idea is that realistically, the Warhammer setting is impossible, fantasy-wise, because one species would have attained dominance at some point during that transition. We're trying to operate off of low realism. I fucking hate the parasites. Me, single tear. The parasites are gross, but I actually really do want to work on them. It's like necromorphs. Like, necromorphs are one of the biggest inspirations. Like, Dead Space was a huge inspiration in my setting, in a way. I know that sounds weird, but it'll all become sensible at some point. So it was like Halo and a bunch of other things in Star Wars and whatnot, even Lord of the Rings. Oh, fuck no. It's not gonna be Grimdark. I hate Grimdark. Ugh. The problem with Grimdark is it's like everything's bleak all the time, 24/7. It's like everything's hopeless. It's like, I don't care. No, it's a sci-fi dark, or sci-fantasy dark dark sci-fantasy. Words are hard. Brian H. 22, let's say, what is your favorite fiction race? Hashtag Sockman. My favorite race in fiction. That's a hard one. In fiction as a whole. Oh, we have to break it into sectors. Thank you for the donation. Oh, no. I've got different favorites for different reasons. All right, we're going to go through this quickly. So, my favorite, like, horror in space race would be the Necromorphs. My favorite civilized race in, like, a space setting would probably be... Oh, that's a hard one. Oh, that's incredibly unfair. I have, like, several that I would love to pick. Oh, I'm just going to pick one of them. Oh, no. I'm sad. I'm going to pick that one, but I want to pick more. Centauri. The Centauri. The Centauri. The Centauri are just fucking amazing. They are really cool, and they're sort of like, you know, like Italian, like, nobility. It's very interesting sort of faction in space in the Babylon 5 universe. Especially with, like, the tragedy that the Centauri deal with, and the pride and how it, like, tears them down. Gould, favorite space parasite? Yes, definitely. They're pretty awesome. Favorite fantasy race? Okay, that one's always tricky. Honestly, this one's gonna be kind of like a little bit of a, maybe a meh one to a lot of you, but for me it was actually really cool, especially at the time. Warcraft's orcs. Now, why Warcraft orcs? Warcraft orcs were really novel because it was the idea that they were actually just slaves of a demonic race called the Burning Legion, and they were actually just a tribal piece. Not necessarily peaceful tribal people, but a tribal people with a very interesting culture and a very interesting like religion. And it was very cool. And I love the books because they expanded on them and made them into an interesting culture that was both fascinating to read about and very interesting. And it was another tragedy story about how this culture was warped and twisted, just like the Centauri. I kind of like tragedies because I find them almost romantic in their own right. These ideas of these beautiful empires collapsing inwards on themselves. Very beautiful. Very sexy. I know that might seem lame to those that don't know Warcraft, but if you know what Warcraft is or understand the orcs and the twist and how the twist was executed, it was really cool. It's very American. It's very American culture, very American metal. That's what I like about it. Because American, like, fantasy, metal fantasy, is super cool. It's super dead, though. Like, nobody makes American metal fantasy anymore. That's what I'd call Warcraft. Very American, very metal, very fantasy. Very dead, sadly. It's cringe now. Current Warcraft has nothing to do with the old stuff. Not necessarily tragedy, misery boner. I like the idea of... One thing I always wished that these tragedies would have is that they would actually have a silver lining. Because what often I disliked about a lot of the tragic empire stories is that there was no silver lining with a lot of them. You're going to see in my stories that that's a bit different. That there is good in the dark. That not... Just because there's dark things happening and bad things happening, there is a beauty in the world. Even when somebody's going through misery. This actually ties back to a story my dad told me a long time ago, when I was a little kid. He told me about, his mom, and his mom went through leukemia. Or was it leukemia? I don't remember. But she had cancer. And unfortunately, she passed away. And I remember him saying that for him, it was so strange because after he went outside, like, it was a beautiful day. It was sunny. It was beautiful. There were people laughing and, having a great time in the summer. And I remember that because, and he mentioned that, like, it was so strange to see everyone so happy around him and his family who were sad because of the loss they had just endured. But the fact that the world just moves on, that there's horrible things and good things all happening at the same time. Sometimes people are sad. Sometimes one of us is sad and some of us are having the best time of our lives. And that's just life. Life has got ups and downs. It's a roller coaster of both fun and sad things. Didn't say dwarfs, that's going in the book. I do like dwarfs. I don't like Warhammer Fantasy dwarves because they're too one-dimensional. I like them and I don't like them. Let me put it this way. I liked Felix and Gotrek a lot, but like when it came to like learning more about the dwarves, I found that they were too one-dimensional in how they operated, so that it felt like once you had read the story, I didn't need to hear another story because all their stories were the same after that. And that's the problem with a lot of fantasy races. They're all just gimmicks. All of them are gimmicks, and that's what I don't like. That's why I did like the Warcraft orcs, because they weren't just a gimmick. There was more to them than just a gimmick. They were angry, they were green, they were more than just one-dimensional. And that's what I like. Like when I write civilizations, the Nefir are beautiful in their own right, just like the Astrians are. Culturally, they're at odds, and territorially at odds too, and they're at war, but I can see the beauty in both of them. Celeste becomes a god? How did you know? Is it... Oh... This is like big brain. Sit in the mood with the music. What are you talking about? Well, that's just coincidental. I've got the Legend of Terrestria OST playing in the background. Yeah, should have kangaroo legs. They just hop around. Up. Warhammer Fantasy Dwarves, that's a grudge. Yeah, basically. I like the Warcraft Dwarves a bit more because they're a bit more hearty. A bit more homely. Cozy. And racist. The Realizator donates $5 to say. Yeah, like Genocide of the Illumine, the silver lining would be the war criminal Celeste was stopped. You want to stop her from achieving her goals? I don't think so. Just Mythical Fool donates 25 Ron to say Blood Life. Blood Life draining magic? Yes, we do have them. That should be kind of on the nose, though. Your nose might be broken in a second. Oh, sorry about your nose. You're like, oh my god. Look at me, a little sad guy. Like, little bloody hands. Blood gods. I do like Gorod. He's got big perky nipples. Jessica, I don't know why Kibs told us that. Secret ending. Warhammer dwarves are a caricature. Yeah, they're too much of a... The problem with Warhammer is Warhammer itself has always been a character, both 40k and fantasy. It's too samey, which is weird. But I like it. It's just it's not my favorite setting. But it is a setting if you haven't checked it out, I actually recommend you look at it, because I do like it, and I think you will too. But the new stuff is very bad. It's same with Star Wars. Like, Star Wars is also cool, and you should check it out. But you should look at the old stuff. The old stuff's good. The new stuff's bad. Same with Warcraft. Warcraft's really cool. StarCraft is even... Oh, fuck. One of my favorite science fiction settings is StarCraft, the old war. It's like fucking spaghetti westerns in space, and like the fucking Confederacy fighting the Dominion and all that. That was super cool. The Terran Dominion. Very Wild West frontier feel to it. American Western space adventure is what that felt like. And then they ruined it. The books are fucking amazing. At least the original books. Whose music is this? This is our composer's music, Robert Renato. Robert Renato's music. You can actually pull it up. This is the custom OST for our video game. What we've shown thus far. I'm going to show you something. Just because you're a bucket fish. You just clap bucket fish. Okay, Keb. Fucking hops in bucket and dies. Is Robert Renato awake? He's sleeping. He stayed up too late. Oh well. Alright, I was going to ask him if he was ready for a preview of some of his music. Then chat could actually hear throat singing. Like, what? Throat singing, Kib? Ermagerd? Herka Muhammad Jihad? So yes, all these things and more can be yours for the right price. What was the thing I was looking for? Our music. Legends of Terrestria. Take me to Robert Renato's channel. There we go, and I'll pull that up. Here, now I'll show you. Boop. Some of you might be new, and some of you might not have seen this, but this is our composer's music. And this is called Fate of the Chosen, one of Celeste's themes. Chad is able to deduct much. This is my bucket, this is my gun. This one is fighting, the other is for fun. Kibs, thoughts on Sins of a Solar Empire factions? I always thought they felt unique. They felt unique, but the game wasn't narrative based. It was more like a concept or an idea, and then your brain filled in the gaps. Like the TEC, the Trade Emergency Coalition or something. When you're just a bucket fish, weep. Real Listener joins $5 say, what? You didn't like it when Kerrigan became good and the Zerg were misunderstood? And the edge toes with their black and red armor and pain as a religion? Actually, I liked parts of it. So StarCraft 2 is awesome for like certain pieces of it. Not because Kerrigan's good, that's cringe. Not because the Zerg is good, that's even cringier. I actually loved... Okay, do you know the voice actor they got to play the evil Templar Protoss guy was actually kind of cool. That's the guy that plays Q in Star Trek. I forget the name of the voice actor. And he's also in Stargate. Like, he's got a great voice. Love the actor. I love the fact that he was in it. It's awesome. Todd says, I'm glad you're able to hire Cass. She has a beautiful voice. Yes. Cass has joined the team. Thanks to your donations, we're able to keep our team members. The game died to me when they killed Tychus. Yeah, Tychus Finley was cool. And honestly, the ending of Wings of Liberty was bad. Wings of Liberty, it should have been like... The Wings of Liberty fucked it up. Kerrigan needed to die. She either needed to... She needed to die for her crimes. She did not deserve a redemption. She needed to die. She was irredeemable. And there's nothing they could do to make anything she did less fucking horrible. Like, she went too far. Kerrigan needed to die, and that was what they fucked up in fucking Wings of Liberty. Tychus Finley's awesome if you read the Heaven's Devils book. Heaven's Devils is like the origin story for Tychus Finley and James Rayner when they joined the Confederacy. It was super awesome. That's where I get that line from that I constantly quote. I'm the best pilot in the whole goddamn Confederacy. And the pilot crashes, but everyone survived. That was either a testament to the pilot's good skills or perhaps, you know, maybe not. Eehoo. But yeah, Celeste is our poster child. She's just there, her purple markings. One day when we get to talk about her story, it'll be a very exciting day. I can't wait. Her story is one I've wanted to tell for a long time. Hers is the oldest story of all of them. Mostly because it's so long, it's so big. It's bigger than the Starborn Pantheon, like the amount of stuff I could talk about. But that's also because she's one of the first things I made, and so she's been around a lot more, so she has a lot more build-up. Like her quirks, the weird things she does, the fact that she eats anything because she's a little garbage compactor. She's hungry. She's just hungry. Rayner's a piece of shit character. Rayner is actually... I like James Rayner as a character, but the problem with James Rayner is... He needed to go through some character development. And he didn't really go through development or grow as a person. He instead did what he fucking did what he set out to do, which is save Kerrigan. The realization for James Rayner and his character growth should have been realizing that he could not save her, that she was already gone. And when Tychus Finley, you know, said that thing, that's when James Rayner should have realized that it was the only way to go. Oh my god. Still you in a female form? No, Celeste is nothing like me. She's much more likable. Christ. Yeah. Oh yeah. Tosh's death in Wings of Liberty. Tosh is fun. We gotta do another StarCraft 2 playthrough. StarCraft 2 is just a fun game. Yes, I have problems with the story, but the campaign is fun. That's bait, Murdoch. You know we're not making an RPG Maker game. Just watch Robin streams. You want to see how the game looks? Look at Robin streams. RIP! I'm not sure. I'm thinking, chat, of what to do with you. CNC 95 or Tiberium Sun? I like Tiberium Sun more, but I love CNC 95 because I remember, I was born in 94, but I remember being like, I remember everything. Well, I remember a lot. I remember being a crib. I remember even further back than that, but I remember, oh God, I remember smacking my head against the crib. Oh, it screamed so loud. It hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. Listen, I was throwing a fit, okay? I don't remember what about. My mom and dad, or was it my dad? I don't remember. They were divorced at that point. They put me to bed, and I didn't want to go to bed. And I started, like, jumping around angrily. And I whacked my head against the fucking bar of the crib, and then I just, like, started screaming. And then they came in, there's blood in my mouth. Oh, that was painful. I also remember being in a crib and not being able to stand and not being able to quite move. You have any idea how frustrating it is? Oh my god, where you just like wiggle around? Like, oh my god. Then they put me, like, I remember my cousin Brandon was a year younger and we were like together. And I remember like our hands would like touch and everything was warm and I felt fat. Like fat fingers, like pudgy, chubby fingers that can barely bend. The worst part is I also remember eating boogers. I remember the taste and texture. I am very sad. Very sad. I don't want to remember that. Alright, so back to the other stuff. Celeste, cutest war criminal. Indeed. But what about Rhea? Is she a cute war criminal too? Restoring the Empire by any means necessary? Mm-hmm. I just climbed out of the crib. Nice. I didn't get out of the crib. I was too stupid. I was just... Gross. Yeah, I know it is gross, isn't it? Our music's a bit loud, though. Kibbos can't hear himself tink anymore. Beep. The track is good, though, isn't it? Oh, fuck. That's how you know it's good, if it's catchy. Robert did a good job. Robert head pats. When you wake up, know that you were head patted. The worst saying than by any means necessary. Rhea's a lovable war criminal, lol. That's true. So Kibs is 30 next year's old man, Kibs? No, I'm gonna be 29 next year. 29 year old, and yeah, that's German for something. He's like, that's not even 29, it should be 9 months or something. I'm like, oh no. But why, chat? Abathur, best boy. They made him a botch in the novels. A bitch, I assume. Just wait till you get the other tracks. God, you're missing out on so much, you have no idea. I have access to everything, so I know and see everything. Like, if you could see how amazing everything was, you'd be so happy and excited. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Where were we? Where were we? Yeah, wanting to tell you Celeste's story. One day we will, chat. But her story is a time that must be saved for something else. Her reveal. I must select a certain number of you that have become members, at least. And from that member, I must decide which one of you will be story testers, and which one of you volunteer for that, of course. Because I will need story testers, because there's a twist in our game. And I need to test the twist and see how people react to it. I know somebody will react very negatively to it, and I know some people will, but some people might like it. It's a very bold thing that we're doing. Kibs took risks. I took chances. I might fail, but I went all in. What the fuck is this thumbnail, Kibbo? Look at Albine. Rare Fox drew that, yeah. I can't wait to hear. I haven't laughed like this as a long time. Thank you. As I choose option to burn all the kids in the temple. It's been a long time since I've had fun like that. That's what you say after that. Sir, that's... I'm gonna strangle you. It's like, starts gagging. You don't understand. I was born at the end of the month. I've lived most of my life in a different year. Reap. I'm 2008. Or not 2008. I'm 28. Remove 2 of the zeros in 2008. There. What? You're not gonna harm Celeste, are you? Well, I make no promises. She's so cute and adorable. She's such a lovable little character. I just can't wait for her to be horrifically, brutally harmed in horrible ways and have chat watch as little sad people on the sidelines. It's like, no. And she'll be begging for you to, you know, save her. And some of you will be like, yeah, suffered little tiny one. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do... I don't know, because it's funny or something. No, fucking with you, chat. What if Celeste dies? Why do you even care? You don't even know who she is yet. No, Rhea didn't write the famous book, My Bad... Oh, my God. Bad Plague. FBI him now. The booger's bit, clipped, and forever saved. Don't worry, I've told that story again. Kibs is subverting expectations. Somebody has to. Actually, the goal isn't to subvert your expectations. The goal is to place enough breadcrumbs so that you kind of have an idea of what's happening, and then you piece the puzzle together yourself. That's the goal. The goal is that you will discover it. Harm Celeste and we burn every corn farm until we get you. Oh, just wait till you see her entire story. You're gonna be so happy. You have no idea. Just like Rhea's. Rhea's is pretty good too. I don't know about Aya though. May God protect you if Aya dies. Why? What happens to Aya? Why would he be sad if Aya dies? If I kill any of my characters, I feel like I'm just gonna be attacked. I feel like, no, I liked him. I wanted him to live forever. Breadcrumbs, not breadcrumbs. You guys just can't hear. Get the peanut butter out of your ears, Jake. Way. What? Oh, that was Show's first piece for us. That was actually a really good piece of Celeste, don't you think? I like that one a lot, actually. Like, if we ever do a book for her, like, that would be the cover. I'm half tempted to. It could be one of the best books ever made. Just kidding, it wouldn't be. No way in hell. But it would be a good book. I hope. Fingers crossed! That does have book cover material, like something fierce. Red Fox said, I hope you guys like the ass and the thumbnail. Yeah, you drew that, I bet you. Goobers, unite. We fight for hate. What? Chat, you and your orgasming bread. Kibs is now how many supers behind? Oh, fuck. I thought I was caught up. Oh my god. Alright, Real Hosenator joins $5 to say Kibs turns down the music to hear himself think. Ah, sweet silence. Sweet. Shut the fuck up. Real Hosenator donates $2 to say Edge Toss. Thank you for the donation. Real Hosenator donates $5 to say what you didn't like. I already read. Okay, not that behind, you little shit. Oh my god, I just realized, Viking Kiwi, that your fucking profile picture is of the chat fish that's underneath. Or just booba. Oh my god. I've noticed that. Like, I've saw several like profile pictures of either Rhea or like Celeste cropping up in our community. Alucard will be pleased. Romance Celeste, yes, yes. My god, you think I'd let you have the chance when she becomes of age? What do you give me? What do you get? Oh no. And thank you for the donation, Kiwi. Very generous. Keeping the studio alive. There's so many more of you. Oh wait, how many of you were here for like the storyboard? Do you want to see the storyboard again? Because I know some of you have already seen it, but I feel like a lot of you missed the beginning part of the VOD, which was the big thing, which was the storyboard. No, there's a bunch, like 5 or 6 before that, lol. Thank you for the donation. Fuck! Alright, let's see. Kiba, Dumb, Chatfish, Smat, Breed Batch, hashtag Sock Fun. Well, thank you for the donation. What does it say? Hello, your gayness. What the fuck? How goes the development? Thank you for the donation. It goes good. What is your favorite fiction? Holy bleep. Didn't get censored. No. That explains so much, Kibs. Like why you set your life up like this. Like what? Thank you for the donation. Yeah, like the genocide of Illumine Silver Lining. Okay, we got that. We also identified essays. I read that. Good. Caught up. So, what was the Astrian equivalent of Pelium? That was a meme, I hope. A Pelum. I assume he meant Pelum. But I don't really know what he means by Pelium. Maybe they have Pelums. I don't know. Pelums. Ah, my fucking brain. Alright, so. Kibs, they can rewatch the VOD later. He's like, no, do it now. But look at the music. We have cool art for it. Oh my god. Nezra's got big mommy milkers. Chat, big mommy milkers. I always hated that. Hold on. This is the last one I don't think you guys have seen. Actually, no, you probably have seen it, actually. So, chat, have you pieced together anything in this thing, by the way? The Deathly Premonition. It was our October reveal. Little track. Look, there's Venor. It's got a little ring around it. It's not very pronounced, though, because it's very foggy. And look, it's not a fairy, it's a butterfly. A butterfly, damn it. It's a little flashlight. Bring back Nezra. Oh, sorry, Celeste. I said. Like, where is she? What is this? What's going on in this picture, chat? How many of you can deduce what's happening here? I layered it on, but I layered it on just enough so that you don't know, I hope. I've always been curious, but nobody figured out anything. Hey, where's it? Shut the fuck up, Squealer. I'll kill you. He's like, eep. I will give you $69. Who are you talking to, per planetary missionary? Can we see a world map prior to 1022 AE if possible? At some point. I have no version up to date of the earlier versions of the world map. I can demonstrate how big things are, or certain nations were, on what their sizes are by just doodling over it. By removing the geopolitical layers. I'm new, so don't have enough context, says Deckelball. That's okay. Once we have the primer videos done, those will help you. That's what we're working on, is to help you guys, especially you new guys, understand what we're doing. The primer videos will hopefully solve that issue once and for all. It'll be a nice summary of the setting. It'll be better constructed than my nonsensical ramblings. I apologize if not all of you enjoy those. It's not as constructed as a dedicated lore video with a proper script is. But part of me likes the ability to just bounce ideas off people beforehand and see what the overall reaction is, because you guys seem to have a good head on your shoulders for understanding things. Did she lose her hand? What place was soak? So Celeste is about to get J-damned. No problem, Tentacle Father. We'll be doing a rundown earlier. If you got further questions, you can always go to the section of the Discord server titled #Legend of Terrestria and ask questions there. And I'll do my best to answer them when I can. Or you can ask them on the stream. How does it feel to finally get an RPG maker for your unit? You think you're funny, don't you? See, I kind of do, though. I can't believe they kept my parts of the drawing in, though. So, a little bit of background about this picture. Where's like a bigger picture of it? That's sort of... So, I drew some of this. That's the worst part. That's the worst. I drew the arm of the thing on the left there. And they just kept it. They actually kept most of the face, actually, the way I drew it, too. Which I find kind of cool. But the reason why I drew it is because, like, I want, like, it to look like this. And, like, okay. And then they just drew over top of it normally, right? Well, they sort of just didn't remove parts of it. So it's just there. And, like, that's cool, though. It's like the original creator made that. And I'm like, yeah, but part of me is like, but what if it was, like, you know, up to quality of everything else, you know? Just a little bit. Oh, well. The Siege of Pelium, according to the wiki, is Alexander the Great's beginning point of his career. Oh. See, I was thinking of context of Rome, and I'm like, I can't remember anything about Pelium or anything Pelium-related at all, unless you're talking about Pilum. And thank you for the donation. The Astrians don't necessarily have that as their origin. The Astrian Republic began as a series of city-states that slowly unified, similar to like the Greek city-states. Except they slowly centralized in more and more and more, and then they sort of created their own little senate. Sort of similar to Rome in that way, regard and aspect, though not quite. Because the power dynamic is a bit different there. Because right off the bat, there was already problems with like great oligarchic families that would basically kind of control everything. That is similar to the patrician families. But these families are a little bit more different. Because instead of just controlling like large estates and having lots of wealth and connections, they controlled entire like regions as time went on. And so the Astrian Republic became less and less and less of a republic and more of like a loosely aligned series of city-states that were basically bumbled together by these great oligarchic families that held all the power. That's when Kanar came in. That's when that changed because of his father, General Ilos. And I guess you could say General Ilos's battle at... what's that city? There's a city in the forest of Califar, not too far from Estios. That city was in the forest because a long time ago during that era, that forest wasn't fully that big yet. And also there was actually a settlement there of the people that lived across the river of Osos. They raided the Astrian Republic. They sieged the city of Helios. And General Ilos was the one who lifted the siege and then attacked their city. And it was Thessa who went too far and then burned the city. And that was when they returned after that, because at that point that had basically shattered their kingdom. They were no longer going to be a problem again. Is that Terrestria's moon in the sky? Does it have a large moon like Earth? That's fairly sizable. Terrestria's moon has an ice belt around it. It's sort of... Now it's foggy in this picture, so you don't quite see it, but the ice belt is actually quite silvery. So it's got a very silvery look to it. Glittery. And it wraps around it. It also has 3 little asteroids, meteorite things that are, well, not necessarily small, that are orbiting it. That orbit it in different directions. But yeah, that's Venor, the moon. Who are the Vikings, though, in this world? Our closest equivalent would be the Ulnir or the Azak, depending on who you believe. Now, the Ulnir and Azak are 2 different culture groups and religious groups, sort of. Like, they're a bit different than everywhere else. They've also bonded over religion. The Ulnir are the more violent and aggressive of them. The Azak are the less violent ones. I'd like to point out that the Azak are the Cardovians and Strivengar. The Ulnir are the Shattered Kingdoms right of them. Now, the Ulnir used to be unified under the Ulnir Empire that enslaved the Azak, and then the Ulnir Empire raided a bunch of places. That's what led to the Isle of Achaea, basically the king of Achaea, basically joining the Astrian Empire as the first, like, proper high king. But he had a lot less rights because he didn't have any bargaining power when he joined, because he fled his homeland seeking refuge under the Emperor. And so that's why they have a worse deal than, like, you know, Ithrin did. Because, yeah. Is the Isle of Achaea? No, not Ikea, Achaea. But similar. Maybe they're a competing brand. He's like, oh. $69 for Celeste Roman option, Kibs. Not in this game, but maybe in a future game when she's an adult. She's like, gotta get me those purple... Like, the first person, when they're, like, dating her, they'll, like, go up to her, you know, they put a hand on her cheek, and then they grab a little towel, and they try to wipe away the purple marks on her face. With, like, a wet cloth. It's like, you got something. You got something on your face. Oh, no. All right, I find that funny. Kibs, you missed my super. Never mind, though. I knew you would do it. That's why I immediately closed stream after sending it. You're a whore, Tomas. Wait, if you immediately closed stream after doing it, then of course I missed it, you muppet. No, I didn't miss it. You missed me reading it, you stupid bastard. All right, let's go find your stupid super, you little putz. Fucking muppet. Tomas. Well, a little incentive to keep it up. It should not hurt, I guess, says Mr. Blonde. Thank you for the 20 euros. Did I not read that? Oh my god, I feel like I didn't. Mr. Blonde, thank you for the donation. Also, do not forget to get your rank in the Discord server. A part of me feels like I looked at that and didn't read it. Problem was, that's when I was reciting lore. That's why we're going to get through these things. Hello, your gayness. Tomas. You're not called Tomas when you donate, are you? You call yourself something else. Call yourself a little gay boy. Little gay boy too, don't you? Little gay boy too. Yes, you do. Don't lie to me. It's like little gay boy tweet, actually. I'm pretty sure we read yours, but I don't remember where it is. How long ago was it sent? Lil Tomas. That face with Celeste is a yardray in the future. Hey, I'm not going to make any promises. Kibs, are there any Vikings in the world? And if so, they go raid at any point? Yes, they do. They still do. As I was saying, the Azak people, the Cardovians, are actually a nuisance to the Astrians because they constantly raid their coast. They deprive them of 4 of their islands. The issue is the Azaks under Cardovia, there are basically 4 different kings underneath them. 4 different kingdoms that are loosely aligned. It's basically a non-aggression pact if you want to look at their quote-unquote union. But the issue is anytime an Astrian emperor has made a deal with one of these different powers is they generally just, the other ones do something. Crondrius' idea of his betrothal of his daughter Nezra, which, again, betrothing daughters in Astrian society is a slight taboo. Somewhere around that, your gayness. I already read that. Oh my god. Tomas, you little son of a bitch. I literally read that. He's like, hey, oh, that was you. I know that because chat snickered at it. Like, snicker-pickered. Oh, wait, no. Hello, your gayness, Brian H. You know, keep it dumb. Chatfish smart. Yeah, I read that. Breed bar, chastic sock fun. Now you owe me reparation bucks for making me think I didn't read that. Yep, that's how that works. He's like, I'm not giving you more money. He's like, well, you know, I'm going to bill you. Gets a bill in the mail. It's like, you owe me. Anytime you make me double read chat, I'm going to start charging you. That's the only way to punish you. Yeah, I already read that, Tomas. Catch up with me where I'm at. Question, is the plan that each game in the setting going to be different, Legend of Terrestria, or is that just the name of the first title? Each game is going to cover a different like era or lore or period. And then tabletop stuff will expand on each things, and then each era can be covered on separately. Now, technically, we are in the cue Lord of the Rings music, the Third Age. Now, what is the Third Age? I cannot tell you what that means or what that represents in our setting. Other than it is a similar measurement of time like Tolkien does. Now, the Astrians have no idea what the Third Age is. I can tell you that much. The Astrians have no idea what that concept is, and there is nobody that actually comprehends that concept anymore. That time has long ago sailed. I don't even think Celeste would know. Actually, no. I know for a fact she wouldn't. Chat always sniggers. Oh no, I see what you made me say there, you sick fuck. It's really impressive that you got something like this going on. Most people like me sell their soul somewhere along the way in their 20s and go for the money. Oh, so I just started doing YouTube and just prayed to God that people would give a shit and then maybe support my retarded dream. And then they did. And then I started hiring people. And thanks to the donations and memberships and all that, and the continued donations and memberships, I'm able to maintain studio operations. Not sure if that'll last forever. Not sure, you know, if we'll ever have like a low point or if we're going to hemorrhage at some point. But for now, things are going well, so we're working as hard as we can to make as much progress as we possibly can. So how much to have you go through all the super chats again, asking for a friend? Everything has a price. How much do you think it's worth, Mr. Blonde? Why would you make me read them again? Dumbass donates and BLNs to say, I didn't pay attention then. My bad. No, you. Nah, ha, 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 ha. You little shit. It's your bad. You. Listen, you know what? Maybe instead of charging you guys money, what we'll do instead is we'll just charge you food. Like, one of you, like let's use Stir as an example. One of you makes me read something a second time. You have to drive over to my fucking apartment, and you have to make me dinner. Then you can go home when you're done. Say, what the fuck, Kib? How much to remove the butt flap that you added to Armaine when people pointed out her cheeks weren't covered, asking for a friend? You want Armaine Vala nude? Is that what you're asking for? I'm not opposed to getting art made, but the art has to justify its cost, so hold on. If you're asking for legit, you know, I don't know if you're just fucking with me. Discord. I'm just gotta open up price sheets because I need to see how much it is to make it. Then I need to judge how much time it is to set aside time for a commission for that to compensate myself. Right. Made by the same artist, even going with that knowledge. Oh no, just the flap specifically? Oh well, then nothing. You don't need to, there's no money involved at all, actually. You just go back to a previous version and go download it. Literally just go through the either the Reddit, the Patreon, or the Subscribestar. All the art there is free. So all you gotta do is just go there and you can just click on any piece you want. Just go through there, scroll down, and then just look around and you'll find something. One of the older versions. You don't need to pay a single penny for that. It's the same art piece. It's still there. Just need the flap, bro. Just need no. Sorry, I wasn't clear. Is each game going to be called Legends of Terrestria, Legend B of Terrestria, fair enough, etc., or are the titles going to be different Legends of Terrestria? So, Legends of Terrestria is not actually the title. It is actually, it's the title of the video game, but it's not the title of the setting. So, look at this. Look at the stream right now, right? And look where my mouse is. You can see it. I think, yeah. You know, just double check it. It's the IP is actually called Mixers. Legends of Terrestria is the subtitle of the installment. So Terrestria at War is the tabletop war game that we're working on. Is called Mixers Terrestria at War. That is the umbrella. So if I pull up this and we go back to this, and we go back to the storyboard, which we'll go through again. But we go back and we open up these little models. So these models here, these are for the tabletop. You know, these guys here. These are for Terrestria at War. Now, the artwork for these guys we will use in the video game as well. But these are, like these specific models are for the Terrestria at War, Mixers Terrestria at War, which is the tabletop war game that is set in that era that the video game takes place in. Now, technically, if you wanted like an Armaine Valen army from Armaine's period of the High Astrians, that would require us to make a completely new model set, a new art set, because they're actually very different. When you making a racing game, will it be called Race Mixers? It'd be called Mixers Racing, actually. Based on the naming convention, you muppet. No such thing as veggie pizza. That's what you want to believe. There are pizzas with only vegetables and no meat and cheese. I've had those, some of those, and they can be good, but normally I like to add a little bit of spices and seasonings to them. Make them a little spicy or something. But generally I prefer to have meat on my pizza. Of some kind. Unless it's one of those Italian pizzas. I look at Italian pizzas like little tasty snacks you have. Like a real Italian pizza. I know some people hate them, but I think they're actually quite tasty as a treat. More like a thing you have with something else, you know? Not like the main course. Mixer's a bit close to Swingers, though. Oh my god. If you worry about names all day long, then you'll forever... Okay, I had to explain this to Arch a long time ago for some stuff he's working on. And I had to explain this to him because he's, he was new to the stuff. And I have to explain this to pretty much everybody. When it comes to naming shit, naming IPs or naming like Rhea Ion Ezra or Nidus Pulioso, Terrestria, Venor, Syra, Helios, these things, Helios already means something. Like it's like Mount Titanos, like Titan, like okay, like the River of Osos. I don't know where that's from, but I'm sure there's something that sounds similar like that. I don't remember where I came up with the name of that one. But these names, you just make them up. It doesn't really matter. Like, it does to me. Like, I put a little bit more effort into it than just making them up. But if you don't care that much, you don't have to. Like me. You don't have to do that at all. Just like the setting being called Mixers. Mixers was actually a joke when it came to what Tyler and I were making. When we were, like, working on this in elementary, we had no idea what to call this thing. And so, at some point, the name was flung around as a joke. Oh, it's Mixers. It's like a mixing of, like, everything, like a mixer. We put everything that we liked into a mixer and mixed it up to make our own thing. That is where the original name Mixers came from. And it was originally a project name, and originally I was going to replace it. But then I realized that by replacing it, I would end up removing a part of the soul of what this project started for. And so I refused, I changed my mind on removing it. I actually made Mixers a part of a language that I cannot talk about on stream, and it is the only word you probably will hear about it. If I'm good at what I do, you'll only hear about it probably ever once. And it's for something that will make sense in time, and it's tethered together to everything. It translates to something, it means something, and what it means is very important. But when you finally deduce and figure out that, because you will all have to figure that out on your own, when you find one of you figures out that, maybe the rest of you will, but when you deduct what that word means, something will click, and things will start to make even more sense than you ever thought before. Let's see. Matt Blinkenbacher donates a generous $5 to say, do you like salami over or under the cheese? Generally, I prefer it on top of the meat. Why? Because the meat can get a little crispier on the top. Now, I do like when the cheese turns a nice little golden brown, though. But generally, meat only occupies a little space. Uh-oh. Hit number 1 when naming stuff. Google it first to make sure the name is unique or be swamped with under-existing name. Well, not entirely true. So how did Star Wars become a thing? Star Wars is a fucking stupid name. Let me tell you another stupid name of a very dumb setting. Warhammer. What a fucking retarded name. Warhammer. Fucking what? It's about Warhammer. There's a Warhammer in it. It's like, oh my, just get the fuck out. Star Wars. Star Wars. Just get out. Retarded. Star Trek. Trek and Star. Oh my god. No. By themselves, these names are stupid. All of them. However, a name gains value when you do something with it. That's something I learned when I originally when I thought about Mixers, to me, I was like, oh, it's an embarrassing little name that we called this setting, because it was our little pet name for it. And then it stopped being an embarrassing thing, and I was actually, you know what? I'm actually proud of it. We stuck through it. We labored through this project. We never gave up when everyone else around us did. Not just once, but many times before when we were trying as kids. We persevered. It was only Tyler and I were the only two that kept doing it. Everyone I've known and every indie project I've ever known has always failed, and normally always does. And the only one that hasn't is ours. And that is because we just will not relinquish. We will not stop. We just keep going. And so the name stopped being dumb and silly to me, just like Star Wars and Warhammer has a dumb and silly name, if without context, by the way. It stopped being dumb and silly to me because I realized that there's a certain level of pride to be taken in it, because it was a name of perseverance. It came and it stayed, and it kept building, and we kept building it, and it never died. At no point. It may have slowed at a few points, but it never actually died. At no point was the setting ever going to die. It was this dedication, this soul, this thing that is indescribable, that has never existed before in the history of anything ever. And that's what made it special to me. Because to me, it was something that was so bigger than anything I had ever done that it meant something. It carried weight. It had value. Yep. Shad said the same thing about his universe, sci-fi universe all-star. Yeah, all-star. Like, mixers. It's a fucking mixer. Like, all-star. It's fucking, like, an all-stars, like, cringe. Like, the thing is, names don't have values, and people will always denigrate them until they mean something. Even George Lucas, by the way, when it came to Star Wars, was like, Star Wars, no one's gonna like. He bet against his own movies, like, it's gonna flop. And then it blew up in his face, and it expanded into something beyond his wildest dreams. It blew up into something massive and gargantuan. And it became a legend. It changed pop culture. It popularized science fiction. Star Wars made science fiction something cool. Star Wars turned science fiction into something that people could make and they wouldn't be bullied. It allowed for video games to be made. It allowed for other things to be made. It was one of the factors. Everything is connected, by the way, in terms of culture and cultural shifts. The beatings will continue until intelligence improves. Got to bring that joy to the audience in the game. Give a world to discover. Yep, that's the entire idea with Terrestria. Terrestria is the unthinkable exploration, the beyond comprehension level of exploration. If we can achieve our goals and we can do what the greater plan entails, because the great plan entails that Terrestria is but a mere drop in the pond of what is the journey. And that drop in the pond is understanding commitment, sacrifice, and everything else. And committing our lives to this goal, no matter the cost. Well, to a degree. Not like, this needs to be elaborated on because I've seen developers not do this and do this wrong. I will do everything in my power to make sure that the great project that is the Mixers project succeeds and will continue to be developed no matter what. However, I am not willing to allow the Mixers project to hurt somebody or someone, or like push anyone down, or do anything like that, or be something monstrous. Because there is a certain level that you need to understand with a project that you shouldn't go too far, because that's how other developers that have tried some of the things that we have done and have failed horribly. The reason why they failed was not only because they didn't go all the way, but also because when they did go all the way, they sacrificed everything for the sake of nothing. You can't do that. Goodbye, Tentacle Father. Take care. Yeah, you definitely want to check out the Discord. It's pretty cool. Make sure you read the rules. Discord's pretty awesome. Yeah, I'm 28. I'm pretty old. I've been working on the Mixers project since elementary. Now, also, you got to understand, like, you might be younger. You might be, like, in your 20, maybe just 21 or 18. I don't know. But understand that most of our audience is in their 40s and 50s. Most of them are pretty old. Like, they call me young all the time. And in our friend group, I'm one of the youngest people. One of, not the. Like, everyone puts me down because I'm the tiny one. And I don't feel that small, all things considered. For the greater good, part of the chat, part of the project, indeed, yes, glorious. Star Wars never had people saying, I went into science because of Star Wars, but Star Trek. No, it's not a... Oh, God, let me explain the concept of popularization of something to you. So, Star Wars popularized science fiction. Now, Star Wars science fiction is just science fantasy. It's just fantasy. Like, the differences are stupid, honestly, because everything has magic in it, even science fiction. They just don't want it. Just a better coded magic system. But, dude, I'm Arch's age, says Nanan. You're 40? Dinosaur music. Oh my god, you guys can't all be that old. Some of you are like younger than me. So shut the fuck up. I am the senior master Kib, and then when you're all dead, I'll be old aged Kib. Wrinkly and dead. Mr. Blonde. He's just a happy boy. Happy lad. Close to it. Oh no, you're older than Barge probably. I was joking about the 40 part. The only way to see if Barge is in chat, he gets very angry when people say he's 40. He just screams. Like, damn, the 20s. You gotta give me that 20-something hot GF, you know? It's never gonna happen. Tell you what, if I'm successful, I'll be able to have the money to make it happen. She might be a gold digger, but at least we'll be able to put a bun in the oven. See, that's the benefit of being an old man, right? Old man, you can still have children, right? Sad to say, I feel aged now. Rude to ask a lady that, says Draconis. Oh my god, Draconis is a lady. I always knew it. Epic sci fantasy. All right, back to the point. So science fiction, and everyone's posting their ages. Science fiction is like, okay, so Star Wars popularized science fiction because 1970s, like, there was not a lot of popular science fiction media. There have been attempts at it, like War of the Worlds and stuff, but it was nothing on the scale of Star Wars. Star Wars opened the gates for Star Trek and everyone else to come through. And that's the important part about Star Wars. What Star Wars did for everyone should be appreciated because Star Wars was the hero we needed to popularize basically that type of fiction. So that it could have the money to grow and actually get video games and actually get video games when they were invented and more stories. Kibs, are you about to have an early life crisis? No, I haven't had one yet. My only crisis is getting this game out before I die. And also keeping funding going. Those are my crises. Oh my god, 19? Jesus Christ. Well, at least, you know, like I look at the youngins in the chat, like the little boy. I don't know, I find that funny. Now I hope you're weirded out. Like little boys. Fucking. Oh my god, retarded. The way I look at it is your long-term investments, okay? I can milk you for money when you get a job later. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, that's my money. Not anymore. Somebody had to milk him. Kibs, are you about to have... I already read that. Oh, strangle myself. I'm kind of hungry. Oh, wait. What were we saying? So... I was going to show you guys things some of you hadn't seen. So I'll run you through the gauntlet. So the storyboard. This is the early storyboard by Alu and myself. This is not representing what it'll look like in the end. That brings us through the origin faith of the primer, or the primer video, of the origins of the faith for the Starborn, or not the Starborn, the Astrians. This is what Rhea, Aya, Nezra, Cryandrius, Nidus, Syra, and these are what they believe happened when it comes to their mythos. So they believed that there were these things called colossi, sort of like titans, if you can imagine that, and they existed in a void of nothingness. They were perpetuals, always existing since the beginning of everything. There was no beginning of time or no end of time in the void. It's just oblivion. There's nothing in there. And these colossi were incredibly bored because they had existed in this nothingness forever, and so they eventually created the cosmos because they wanted to find amusement. They created mortals, they created gods to serve the mortals. Some of them would fuck with each other, some of them would do things because they found it amusing, but it was always to find some sort of amusement with something. And so they created Terrestria, and that is how Terrestria was created in the stars, and that's why the heavens were so chaotic, was because the colossi were, you know, just bored, and they were just finding amusement in it. And eventually they grew bored of the mortals and abandoned them, and even the gods and whatnot. But the problem is they're rampaging, like, chaotic things that they do still affects everyone else. And so the gods confronted the Colossi about their failings, or what they've deemed failings, because they were created to serve the immortals, and the Colossi were actively becoming a problem for the mortals that worshipped them. And so they struck down the Colossi, imprisoning them, and then sealing them away in the void, so they can go be bored again by themselves. Like, no. And there was a great victory, a great celebration. But in time, that celebration ceased, and that golden age stopped. And that golden age stopped because of what happens later. So Tyrannos, the god of justice, goes to confront Ariestos. But Ariestos will not hear him, and so he talks to Odessa instead. Odessa basically confirms his suspicions that Ariestos has been twisted by the machinations of the Colossi somehow. He has become almost as corrupt and as twisted as they have, and that something is making him behave abnormally. He's not heeding the call of the mortals, their wishes or things of that nature. He's just doing whatever he wants, ignoring them, and he's not doing his duty. And the gods are bound by rules, and they must, maintain order in the celestial order, in the heavens, so to speak. And so Tyrannos realizes this is going to be a problem. He realizes there's going to be a great conflict, and he knows that there will be deaths. And so he goes about and finds 8 lovely maidens and gives them 8 lovely little buns to take care of. Those would become the star born. He then seeks out Calestios for aid in what he must do, because he only believes Calestios will heed him in this matter. And Calestios is like, no, like, that's ridiculous. Like, yes, there are problems, but surely these things can be sorted, through other means. And, eventually the Starborn themselves are born. And there's little Syra. She finds her powers as she grows older, because they all realize that they're not quite normal. They are different. And eventually Tyrannos he waits for enough time to pass, but he goes to confront Temenero. Temenero is the god of time. He's also the keeper of the key to the void. And Thorgos, who has been approached by Temenero, because Temenero is able to see possibilities into the future, he knows that it's likely that Tyrannos is going to take the more aggressive option and confront him. So he gets the god of might and brings him over to basically help him when Tyrannos confronts him. And Tyrannos does. And Thorgos attempts to basically fight him off. However, Thorgos is no match for the god of justice. He's actually defeated by him. And just as Tyrannos is about to slay Thorgos, Temenero is able to buy enough time to basically chain Tyrannos temporarily and basically throw Thorgos into a future where he is able to talk to the god, the king of gods, Ariesto. Then Temenero tries to reason with Tyrannos one last time, because he knows he cannot. There's no way he can match Tyrannos' might. He can't even match Thorgos's. And Tyrannos is like, no. He kills Tyrannos and takes the key to the void. He then opens the void, and that releases the Colossi. However, Odessa wasn't fully truthful, or didn't fully know, but the Colossi were no longer what they once were. They were these things that had been warped and twisted, because in their own boredom, the Colossi had created something so horrifyingly bad that it even managed to corrupt and twist them in order to try to get out of the little prison that they were in. And that same corruption, that same energy of the void had also corrupted Ariestos. And so these beings were now unleashed upon the cosmos, and now a war would rage on in the heavens, and the gods would be fighting them. Now, Tyrannos' plan was to use the Colossi to basically gain enough strength and to disrupt the order so that he could strike at Aristeos himself without killing the other gods, because it wouldn't be too hard to imprison them once more. They did it before and nobody was killed. Surely they'd be able to do it again. However, that's not quite what happened, because they weren't quite the same. And so that war in the heavens would be very bad. Everything would go very, very awful. So Tyrannos would then eventually go to slay Aristeos while this war raged on, and following his plan. And he did succeed. He confronted him. He slew him. We don't have the rest of the board panels done yet, but Ariestus was slain, and he was going to basically tell Odessa, and Odessa appears and basically informs him that, yes, the new order in the heavens will begin now. She then strikes Tyrannos down. Tyrannos, realizing he's been betrayed, is very sad and is about to die. Now, when a god is killed, they are not completely wiped out immediately because they have their essence. If their essence is destroyed, then that god as an individual entity in the ethereal domain or dominion of that heaven will cease to exist, and a new one will have to take its place. So that is how Tyrannos himself could be slain. However, Tyrannos' essence couldn't be fully destroyed because Calestios intervened. That's when Calestios came and basically gathered his essence. The wayward god then fled and basically helped him remanifest himself. Once he had remanifested himself, he then, with Tyrannos, realized the errors that Tyrannos had made and was like, okay, we fucked up. You know, this was a mistake. Odessa is actually the source of the corruption. We need to kill Odessa. And then that's when he gathers his children that he had hidden away. His 8 children, the Starborn. These children would then be lesser gods, but they would join with him, and he would try to reach out to the remaining gods in the celestial pantheon that had still been surviving and try to reason with them. Now, not all of them could be reasoned with. Thorgos, if I remember right, and this is off the top of my memory because I haven't looked at it in a while, Thorgos is like, no, he's pissed. Temenero was like his best friend, and fucking Tyrannos killed him. Thorgos and Tyrannos end up killing each other. Tyrannos ends up killing Thorgos. That'd be very weird if he died there. Considering he's alive even in the current lore. Be like, what the fuck? How he live? I don't know. It just sort of happened. And so Tyrannos goes off, right, with the Starborn, and they basically bring on the gods who are willing to join with them to fight these Colossi. And they focus together to distract the Colossi while Tyrannos, Syra, and Calestios, those 3, Syra being his eldest firstborn daughter, go to confront Odessa. And a great battle ensues, and they're able to win. At that point, Odessa had been warped and twisted by this energy that she is no longer what she once was. But they're able to eventually slay her. Then, when she is slain, the various colossi that had been warped and twisted, that had yet to been fully defeated, the effects of the corruption had no longer, been manifesting themselves on them, because they were able to close the void. Now, they can't send the colossi back to the void, and this is where the story in the Starborn definitely differs from the old celestial pagan faith. Not only the fact that the gods are dead, but the colossi are allowed to roam the cosmos free. That is the deal the gods make with them, and that's why sometimes bad stuff happens. That's how Astrians view it. So, like, let's say Sad Wings, you have a kid, and your kid, dies as stillborn. Well, you begged the gods to help, but the gods couldn't help you. That's because the gods have to sometimes let these cruelties happen to mortals, so that the colossi will be appeased, because they have to coexist with them now. Because they can't quite slay a perpetual. You can imprison them, but you can't quite slay them. Syra and Calestios confront Tyrannos too after the whole debacle, once the war in the heavens is over. And they basically are like, what you did was wrong. What you did was not, you're not worthy of being the god of justice, because what you did was, in its own way, an injustice of itself. And Tyrannos understands this, and he's also viewed as corrupt because of his connections to the void that he had in the time that had taken place during this whole event. And so he's imprisoned. So he volunteers, or he allows himself to be imprisoned in the heart of Terrestria. I'm already lost. Start at the beginning. No! This is just a summary of me going through the events. Oh my god. We'll have a full lore video. It'll have all the art. This is me just going through it, off the top of my mind, okay? This is giving you a little feeler for it, a little appetizer, if you will. Some pretzel bites with some cheese. But yeah, so that happens. See, the names might be hard. Temenero, Tyrannos. I know, the Astrians and their T names. I know. They're like, those fucking bastards. I'm going to need a chart to follow. I know, that's what the storyboard's for, but unfortunately the storyboard isn't complete yet, so I'm going off where the storyboard ended. So, basically, Tyrannos is in prison. The 8 starborn gods are elevated to basically greater gods in the celestial order and the celestial heavens. And that means that they are the starborn pantheon. Now, the children of the other gods and the gods themselves that had joined with Tyrannos will then basically pledge fealty to the new regent of the stars, which is not Orestios, he's dead now. Not Odessa, she's evil and she's dead now. Or not necessarily evil, but she was a servant of the void. They're going to pledge themselves to Syra. Syra is the queen regent of the stars, and I will go get art of her. Now, unfortunately, her boobs are hanging out, so I have to get a certain part of her art. Because Astrians, when they make statues, like they have nudity in their statues. And I wanted that to be prevalent because it's important. It's Laminar. Cool. He's not important, though. Keep scrolling. Scrolly wheel, stop breaking. Fuck. Oh my god, there's a naked Celeste in here. I blame Sala for that every time. He aged Celeste up and drew loot over and like, ha, I put in cannon, Kib. Ha, funny. Say, ha, I'm strangle you. Okay, there's Syra's art. As long as we don't go too far to the right, we won't see her nipple. Oh, fuck, it's there too. Alright, fine. I see how it is. I'll just open this up in Clip Studio and I'll fix it myself and censor. There we go. The goddess Syra. Boop. Alright, where are your little nips? Time to get rid of those. Time to get... Sensor bar, oh little sensor bars. Bum. Just censoring some little art. There we go. YouTube safe now. There's Syra. You don't censor art. It's not going to be censored in the video game. But I have to censor it on YouTube. Also, I have to censor for Twitch's sake. Bite them off. Oh my god. But that's Syra. That is the firstborn of Tyrannos. That is the goddess of justice. She'll take on his mantle. Time to nip tuck. Basically. No, I think Laminar is his name. God damn it. I have to cover my screen again. Hold on to your little bucketfish buns. Close that. There we go. So that's Laminar. He is one of the sons of Tyrannos. MS Paint, put black squares over sensitive parts. Done. Yeah, basically. Bite them off, he says. When do the sisters go to the beach in your games, Kibs? Lol. Well, considering they live in a coastal city, I don't know. Maybe. Generally, don't leave the palace, though, because the palace is normally where nobles stay. It's normally, like, has everything you could ever want there. Luxuries beyond luxuries. But there are certain curiosities that could be satiated outside the palace grounds, I suppose. You'll actually see some of the outsides of the palace. Censor his nips, please. No. Fortunately, only YouTube and the world is generally sexist in this regard. Women aren't allowed to show nips, but males can, so we're fine. God damn it. I wish that was the other way around. Men can't have their nips out, because it's gay. Because it's gay. Laminar forehead god. He's got the biggest head for the biggest tinkies. He is the god of... He takes over, I think, Festo. Festo is the god of brilliance in the old pantheon. Let me go and cover something up. I'll open something up for you to look at. I just got to scroll through this and confirm that it's okay. Oh, what do you know? I just streamed it anyways. I pressed a button. Well, you didn't see anything sensitive anyway, so we're fine. Yeah, I think this is all fine. Good thing there was nothing bad there. God, Kib, you almost fucked up. Typical Kib behavior. All right, so here is, there's Ariestos. There's Kezra, the goddess of death. There's Esri, the goddess of fertility. This is where the painting tradition comes from. So Rhea, I, and Nezra at parties, or things like that, would paint their bodies. Now, why would they paint their bodies? Well, it's actually an old tradition that stems back to the old god of fertility, or goddess of fertility, Esri. Now, the Astrians used to paint themselves because they believed it enhanced their fertility and whatnot. However, they don't quite share those same beliefs anymore as time has gone onwards. They actually have different views, so things are quite different nowadays. But as a tradition, it has become a tradition for girls to paint themselves. Just like it is a tradition for males to carry around a flower, a bajaro. And why a flower bajaro? We get that big dick energy going, but it's also considered very masculine, very, very homely, very, welcoming and partying spirit. So men actually wear flowers, generally pinned on their shoulder, while girls generally paint themselves. It's Esri, Ehzrii. It's even spelt there for you, you blind muppets, and yet you still misspell it. Khazra is the goddess of death, and the goddess of winter, sadness. Just kidding, they have seasonal gods. But Khazra knows the goddess of winter, or god of winter? I think it's god. There's Celestios, that's the wayward god. He is the god of basically messaging the god. Sort of like that. Sort of like Hermes, except he's not a little bitch. He's not. There's the god of seasons and of time. He had children. I can't remember with who. And each one of his children represents a different aspect of each season, if I remember right. His 4 children of the 4 seasons. They're still alive, and they've been basically inducted into the Astrian faith. There is the goddess of the sea, Ania. The concept of heart comes from a now extinct seed. What? Oh, okay. Sometimes chat, you weird meow. Parties, asked Tomaz? What do you mean parties? Yeah, parties. And there's the old god of brilliance, Festo. He had made many things, many crafts. Smart man. Bit of a stubby lad, though. Temenero. You're an old concept of Temenero, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Pretty sure. Altair's guardians. Nope. You are a god. You are Altair, the god of engineering. He is the big thinkies, the quite smart. Odessa's maidens. Some of her summons. A death construct. There's Thorgos, god of martial prowess. His different little summons. And there is Queen of the Gods, Odessa. She has such a long neck. I had to make her neck shortened because they were doing that weird thing. That's Callus Nyx and Nestro Talos. These are characters from Knarr's era. Callus Nyx is a guy who represents one of the great houses, like one of the heads of it, and just like Nestro Talos. Nestro Talos chose the winning side, Knarr. Smart guy. Bit of a conniving little asshole. And who can't forget Heres Castos? She is one of the other great families, oligarchs. Very popular. Has a Luminarian cloak, too. Luminarian cloak is very cool. Luminarian silk. It's like very starry. And Ciro. Ciro is important. He's just a farmer, though. That's my God, they stopped writing their names. Scroll past Kriya. Yeah, this is all for the Legend of Knarr stuff. There's Ilos, Knarr's mother, Ilos himself, Nesri, Ilos' daughter, Knarr's sister. She has a knack for painting things. There's Knarr, big burly bro. All the arts. This stuff we can share because it's not secretive. This is the dev server, by the way. My God. I left Aerith in there. She's just by herself. Sure, help. Sadness. This is the modeling of the council room of Helios. It's an important structure. It's in the game, too. Temple masters, some of their aesthetics. The high priests. Female magic children. When they're younger, what they look like, their dress, their clothwear. Gives you a lot of idea for the aesthetic and culture. Acolyte of the divine. Male magic children. These are basically children with a lumine. Celestial guards, which are basically temple guards. Hold on. I'm just reading through things. You must have patience, little Allspark. Supers are easy to see because they come faster. Also, hold on. Black Giants $5 say squeak breed Kibs. Happy Valentines Day, Meredith. Hashtag SockFun. Thank you for your generous donation, and I hope you're burning up. Very popular? Yeah, no shit. So big titties do it. Hey Kibs, are gods actual immortal aspects of elements concepts, or are they living avatars or extremely powerful semi-mortals? So you weren't here earlier, so I'll just explain it again. The gods in the Astrian faith were created by Colossi. Colossi are like these beings, these perpetuals that existed before in the void, and they made everything because they were bored. They created the gods to basically serve the mortals because it was funny. Quite literally. And so the gods themselves were created by this being, much like in the same way the mortals were created, and like life was, like the stars themselves. Gods themselves are immortal aspects, and they dwell in the ethereal domain. But they generally don't manifest themselves in the mortal realm, mostly because they can't, because the veil prevents that from ever occurring. Now, thinnings of the veil have happened, and there was one instance of a thinning of the veil, where during the siege of the city of Amon, during the Third Astro Dominion Wars, Empress Nesri, different Nesri, very hot by the way, wink wink, basically was able to tear a hole in the veil because the gods, the Astrian gods, had basically been beating the shit out of the Navarian gods, as the Astrians had been beating the shit out of the Navarians themselves. And the Phoenix god was basically banished because his essence was about to be destroyed from his own domain, which is a pretty big deal, by the way, into the mortal realm through the veil. And that's where Nesri slew him. Now, because of how he died, his essence wasn't quite completely eradicated. But at the same time, that's also why the Navarian Dominion has become edgy sad boys and call themselves the Astrian Conclave of Navaria. Ashen referring to the Ashen Order. Ashen being their god. Ashes. That shouldn't be funny. They're so mad about it, but I find it funny for some reason. Oh, they hold, like, now most cultures, like, after a few hundred years would let something go. Novarians have a hard time letting go what the Ashrians did, because they're constantly reminded by the increased volcanic activity and earthquakes. Thusly, their architecture has actually changed to be much more sturdy. Now, to be fair, Helastro, the continent of Helastro, generally the architecture is actually quite interesting there, because they're constructed in a earthquake-like region anyways, because of how the tectonic plates are around that region. It's a little tiny a little plate it sits upon, and it's grinding up against all these other plates, which creates a lot of volcanic and a lot of earthquakes. That's why there's a lot of tiny volcanic islands far off the coast of Helastro itself, because those represent the cracks in the earth. That's where the lava is seeping up. Because he made them into a cucked cult. They're just like, ooh, we shit. Listen, they have other things. Like, they're not just sad. They might be a little mad. How many Astrian gods are there? How many of them are the old gods? And how many of them are the Starborn? Off the top of my head, I'm terrible with numbers, but I can tell you right off the top of my head, 8 Starborn gods. Technically, 9 are referred to as the Starborn. The 9 refers to Tyrannos, their father, even though he's not technically Starborn. The other 8 are. And the other 8 Starborn have become greater gods, so they stand above the other lesser gods. Now, it doesn't mean they hate each other or have a bad relationship. It just means that they have more responsibilities to the mortals, because gods have a lot of jobs and tasks to do. Yes, the gods in the Astrian view serve the mortals. Now, not every culture is the same way. Different cultures and religions have different faiths. The Nefir look at the All-Father as a benevolent god who basically, helped master earth and fire, and the Great Mother helped master water and air, these greater spirits of man. That's what the Nefir believed, and this mastery of spirits is what gave them the Girchel, the power over the elements. That's why they have their shamans. That's why each shaman is dedicated to an element of some kind. That's why males are earth and fire, and that's why females are water and air. Now, there are other different elemental, like, magics, too, in the world besides just the Nefir, by the way. It's just they have a whole different thing. So, Nefir like to sing. They're beautiful people. And they have this beautiful music, and they sing to it. That's where the throat singing came as an inspiration, because it's these beautiful, like, songs being sung to tame the spirits. That's how they're able to tame spirits and even summon spirits. Astrians can summon stuff from their gods, too. They get really cool things that are very nasty. They also, I think, one of their ultimate summons for the Astrians is a Helion. The Helions are very cool. They are basically little fluffy dragons. Not little. They're very serpentile. And they got big feathered wings, and they carry around weapons because they have arms. How many distinct pantheons are in Terrestria? Oh, God. All right. Well, let me cover that up. I got to open up the religion doc again. So, no. Computer trying to get me to show spoilers. It's like, well, show them everything, kid. Like, I don't think so. You almost got too spoiled, and then you would see all the dirty squeakrets I have. All the dirty squeakrets. There's a lot of things. There's Phantomirs and Libers, but demons don't exist in the way that you think. Demons as a concept is not really something a lot of Astrians have a concept of. In fact, Astrians don't really know what a demon is. Like, what's a demon? Like, they've heard the term from other cultures because other cultures believe in it, but Libers and Phantomir take on different forms. Phantomir are basically tormented souls. They stalk places that brought them great misery in life or anger. They lash out at things at living, but they are different depending on the culture of the dominion that they occupy. And so things of that nature. Libers, on the other hand, are ethereal beings that are capable of crossing into the mortal realm. They can be demons. They could also be angels. They can be many things. It just refers to a general concept, a mechanical concept, the rules they abide by. They can be slain and destroyed. That's one important thing. I'm reading through the document myself, reminding myself the rules. But they have to have their essence destroyed. They can only be banished from the mortal realm, but they must be destroyed in the ethereal plane to be gone for good. And then once destroyed in the ethereal plane, they cease to be. That doesn't mean that new Libers can't come into creation or be born, so to speak, or form. These are just natural phenomena that exist around mortal beings, or sapient beings, I guess you could say. Echoes, the souls of beings that were damaged. There is no salvation. It's quite tragic. Only by giving them peace can they let go. Oh, it's sad. Oh, yeah, that is. All right, scrolling down. Forgot about those. I was like, echoes. That's not the sad thing, is it? And like, that's the sad thing. Echoes can't ever. They can't be saved. At no point can their spirits fully, be spared. They're too damaged beyond repair. They accept their fate, and once they accept their fate, they are destroyed completely. Oh, I'm so sad. Greater spirits, minor deities, gods, greater gods, dominions, ethereal plagues, souls, tempori. Tempori refers to regular mortals. Illumine, we already know that. Disciple Illumine. Divinar. You know what Divinar, chat? Should I tell you? I can tell you, actually. I was reading through to make sure I can tell you. Because you never know. There's so much lore in this fucking religious doc. It's actually awesome. The Illuminarians are actually Divinar. They are a race of all Illumine. However, any form of inbreeding at all results in catastrophic problems. Pretenders. Can't tell you what those are, but you know of one. Ascended. Can't talk about that. Abnormals. We can talk about those. Abnormals happen when bad stuff happens. When you have a baby and it, should have just died, but it didn't. Say, it's a monster now. I need a drink. Can a mortal become a god? Excellent question. Theoretically possible with the rules we've created. Pristinen. You know what's funny is I know what pristinen means, or what a pristinen is, and what an untouched is. But the best part is in this document, there's a blank. I just never wrote it. I need to finish this. Apparently, I just sort of stopped working on this at some point. I mean, everything else is finished. It's pristine and untouched are blank for some reason. Well, untouched has stuff in it, but it's literally just like several things. And I know there's a lot more to the untouched than that. The laws of space and time, laws of life and death, a resurrection and rebirth. These are the universal laws. Religions, there we are. The religious doc contains basically the lore of the mixers, the ethereal realm, the mortal realm, the illumine, the universal laws, and religion. It is a very useful part of the lore Bible. This contains all the religions under the subsection for Terrestria. Planet here. There we go. We have the celestial starborn. We have the celestial pagan. We have the celestial singularity. Pagan and singularity, these are all part of the same, they were at one point part of the same faith, but splintered. Unfortunately, some faiths are cancer and splinter and have cults. I am not tracking the cults right now. Cults are too small and isolated to be put in this doc. Otherwise, this doc will bloat to a ludicrous degree. Minor religions of minor tribes are also ignored in this document because this document's huge. And it's already, even with the outline system that Google provides, which is awesome, it already is too much to navigate. Because under things like the Celestial Starborn, you have the origins, you have the prophecy, you've got the Starborn Pantheon, you've got the Temple Hierarchy, you've got the Celestial Templar Orders, and the different Templar Orders, the Darity, the Perfecti, Centini, what those are. The Perfecti, oh my god, I've never told you guys this stuff. I shouldn't. I feel like Hagrid now. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. It's okay. It's not a particular secret. Centini are Templar soldiers. The Darity are basically commander units. It's just the language. It's Astrian. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to hear Astrian language. It's very gay. Perfecti, the general of a Templar army. I'm sorry. Like, oh. Yeah, if you could see how much stuff is in this document. And then when you get to all these religions down here that are empty, but I know what to put in them. Mostly because I need to confirm whether we want to canonize it. We have Celestial Singularity, the Seaborn, the Galahadra, the Girchel, Atlantic, Elcor, the Found, Ashen Order, Azaki Runic, only a Runic, Mazdaum Blood Gods, Gods of Civilization, or the God of Civilization, the Lost Children, the Luminate, the Orum, God of the Mountains, the Venor, before any of you think they're not Nekos, it's just their language, okay? The Neko. The Neko are a people and a faith, okay? Like, they're called the Neko. Neko! It's not Neko Japanese. They're from Vasti. The Odon, Lady Luck, Gods of Fortune. I love that faith. It's such a retarded thing. The Seven, Nimon, Muadish. The Seven, that's not correct. It's the seven-pointed star. Why is it missing thing? I know what faith that is. That is of the people on the south of Korinos. A typo. Otherwise, I confused myself. Like the Seven, that's from a different IP. The pointed star. No, the pointed seven star. There. Fixed. That could have been a disaster later on. I'd be like, what? Nimon. Nimon. Nimon is they're special. Muadish, they're also special. Oh, they were a little special. The Rakan and the Vinlords. Those are the faiths that exist in 1022 AE. Those are the major faith names. There are minor faiths, there are splinter faiths, there are cults. There are more splinters of the celestial stuff, but they're considered cults, and the Astrians do not like cults. Neko's confirmed. I knew you'd say that. What do the Astrian call rebels? Resisti? Listen, just because the Astrians like adding I at the end of everything, they're very Italian. Ooh, just ooh, bleh, they just vomit. The Venici are more Italian than the Astrians, which is weird because you'd think they'd be similar culturally, but they're actually very opposed. Okay, Phoenix God is ashes. Totally gonna come back to life from the ashes. That's what the Ashen Order would have you believe, yes. At least they desperately hope that happens. They refuse to let go of it. Wait, we're missing one thing here. Well, no, they're minor. Never mind. Staunty Loru, the guy from the Silesian Dominion. The Silesians are the people that were liberated from the Navarian Dominion. Now, the Navarians, interesting part about their history. Little chat. So, boop. Little chat, beep, beep, little chat, beep, beep, little chat, beep, 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 beep. All right, so let me give you a quick, brief geopolitical history of the terrestrial world. So, one of the oldest civilizations we know about is called the blank, can't talk about them. But the other oldest civilization we can talk about is called the Sunken Empire of Astozi. What do you mean by blank? What does that mean? Sunken Empire of Astozi. Now, this isn't actually where all they went, but these are just the places that they had reached up basically around and had influence basically like all the way to there. Now, they technically have more things, but these are things that we know of. Like, for example, there is the idea of... Nope, can't talk about it. Never mind. But, so the Empire of Astozi, or Sunken Empire of Astozi, also known as the Luminarians. They're very old. They are the giant people. They are 8 feet tall. They are inspired by Cimmerians. They are also inspired by Soviets. I know, very weird, but I think you'll be impressed. Arch actually told this to me. Once I showed him the Luminarians, he told me, I quote, "I'm going to steal that from you and put that in my setting." End quote. He is unironically so impressed by their design. Oh, such flattery. And I've already seen where it's been stolen to. That's the best part. It's not necessarily stolen. It's more like taking inspiration from. Bart's just being a faggot. He can't control himself. So the Luminarians wobbled everywhere. They had a massive empire. They would construct cities on these great like regions where they had lots of visual range, and these cities would control more or less kingdoms. They didn't directly control them per se, but they basically gathered slaves as tributes and took the slaves back to the Sunken Isles. Well, they weren't called the Sunken Isles then. Okay, they're called Sunken later. It's like, oh my God, Atlantis. Oh my God, not quite. Because it's technically still above water. It's called Sunken for a different reason. Maybe because of a certain crater. But it's besides the point. Where? Luminarians? Luminarians. I see what you did there. No, you can see what it is right there. They follow the luminate. Actually, no, it's spelled like this. Writing with a mouse sucks. M-I-N-A-R-I-A-N. Luminarians. They Luminarian Ocean. Luminar over there. And they named it after themselves because they dwelled over here. Now you might ask, Kibbos, why didn't the Luminarians settle in this area? We can't talk about that. But why didn't they settle over here? Actually, they tried. This spot is particularly awful to settle in, by the way. They tried more so up here. Let's just say the people of Nelotech do not like them. The god of civilization. So, to understand their thought process, Nelotech is interesting. So, Nelotech are people that basically dwell in, like, marshy, awful lands, right? But, to understand Nelotech is to understand that Vatsti is awful. There are people that technically dwell in these regions, but not very well. Just like the Mazatec Empire is said to control this land, but not quite. In the same vein that the Nephiric Empire, Nephiric Hordes regions control this, not quite. They don't really quite control this. Like Ruthmir, Tavoni, Aranor, Ithrin are relatively somewhat sovereign. Tavoni more, Ruthmir even more. They pay like minor tributes to keep them away. Ithrin and Aranor, on the other hand, are fighting like what do you call it? Guerrilla wars against the Nephir to try to become free again. And one of the kings of, or the princes of Aranor actually lives in Pyria. Even in the game, because the Astrians have hopes of one day at least reclaiming this. That is like one of their big dreams. Mostly because getting the High Kingdoms back would be great because they could use them as buffer states again. They don't have necessarily a lot of hopes about reclaiming this, mostly because this is a bit of a disaster zone. Relatubre and Vernia. Would the Luminaries create a faith based on Inquisition? Oh my god. That was what I was asking the question, Kibs. The southeastern continent is so empty. Oh, why it's empty? Okay, so let me answer this. So why is this empty? I have no time to put anything there. I've been so busy writing as much as I can in this area, and specifically this area, that it takes fucking forever. That is why there's nothing over here. Because if I start working on this, like, this shit needs more work than this shit over here. Just like over here, for example, like this area, like, no, I don't care. We'll worry about them later. Like, eventually, yes, I do want to work on them. But I have to build up the other regions before I can move around. Or we're gonna have problems. My god. Not the one, the southeastern one. The southeastern one. Southeastern. You mean this? This is southeast. This isn't, we call it Newfoundland because I find it funny. It hasn't been found yet. Oogada boogada. Eastern. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking an east wraparound. What, you mean, what? There's no continent over here. It's a big ocean. Or are you talking about, let's call this A? Are you talking about B? Or are you talking about C? That little nub. It's Terrestrials Australia. Nothing but drop bears and dingler-doos over there. Actually, I like to think of it as actually Terrestrials Australia, unironically. Actually, but I do have intentions to put more big things there. In fact, I have intentions to make that place very cool. But we'll see. We'll look at it later. It's not the focus right now. Mostly because if you wanted me to ask questions about it, I can tell you all I can tell you is I have plans. Simply put. We need Barch to make a lore series out of this as Raptor. Don't worry, we're already working on that. I'll be doing the scripting, and Barch will be doing the narration. That is already in the works, little lad. Barch is going to be has been recruited to the team. I've assigned Barch to work on these guys actually. So in the northern lands of Angril, I gave him this important place. Specifically, pretty much all the stuff to deal with these guys. Specifically, this is, by the way, this is House Lanium. Astrolanian is referring to the culture that develops in this region. The River Yor is the border between House Torius, which is right here, and House Lanium. So he's been assigned to work on House Lanium, which controls also the Isles of Ardenium. Estro Lake is where the capital of Alonia is, and Lands of Angril refers to the region. The Eriador Pass is important to their lore. The River Yor is important because it's a border there. The Visparo Mountains. And, yeah, I left a lot of this blank, mostly for him to start playing with. So we'll see Barchi and things over there. Because the Astrian Empire is quite big. So I've been mostly focusing on this region here and working on this area. I've worked a bit on this area and a bit on that area and quite a bit over here. And I've started working on here a little bit more. The old celestial gods, that's why there's a little drawing of Orestios there. Because the exiles are sent there. And I also worked on Pamlir and House Nataclisius in terms of the importance of the Golden Strait. Those are the areas I've worked on the most. I haven't touched Telvas too much because they don't really, like, they're important, but they're not important in the areas I need them to be yet. So I work on things as of need. Just like I'll be working on the 4 kingdoms here, because there are 4 kingdoms inside the United Konungers of Cardovia. Though that's not quite the translation, but it's something like this, if I remember right. Is how the kingdoms are sort of sliced up. And then the 5th, what would have been the 5th, which would have been Strivengar, didn't join them. Because the Olnir were pushed over here. These are the Olnir, they've been basically pushed away. This is, by the way, the border map is 1022 AE. Important to clarify that, because these borders did not always look like this. Sometimes they look different. Oh wait, that place would be great Anno-style city builder. What? Oh, I'd love to fucking Blue Byte made a oh my god, a Terrestrial Blue Byte game with like Anno? That'd be fucking sick. Will the Empire eventually produce an Astrian painter? Only time will tell, brother. Alonia Livonia, says Carlos. Car Tiny! That's our art director right there. How come you're not... There you go. All developers are supposed to be moderators because in case, for whatever reason, a developer should have the same ability, because if you can't trust your fellow developers, then you don't have a good team. Besides the Astrian Empire, which you said it's Greco-Roman, is there... Well, it's Greco-Roman Persian, is what I'd say. Like, there are 4 cultures that I drew a lot of inspiration for the Astrians. Greeks, Romans, Persians, and Americans. Now, I don't really mention the American one too much because I knew that's a bit weird, but that has to do with their individualism and how they view individualism, and that ties back to the void and their faith. And the fact that they pride themselves on individuality and the ability of people to have rights and to have, land owning. That's why the emperor became the emperor, because the people supported him, because they're like, finally, this is our guy. # our guy is emperor, King Kanar. Like Rhea and I and Nezra, by the people, are always viewed favorably because the ruling class of the Valentines has always had the interests of the people at heart. Mostly because they're very interconnected in terms of the political situation in Astria. So it's actually the other nobles. The Valentines have very cleverly positioned themselves as the people's choice, as well as the choice of the people who are religious too, because they are viewed as a sacred bloodline. Very clever. Don't give me this power at chat, says Car Tiny. Carlos, you need to change your name to Car Tiny. It's time for you to accept the fact that you're Car Tiny now. So essentially, Eastern Roman Empire with Mormons. No! No! I see what you did. You don't understand what individuality means, or American individualism, if that's what you're saying. Bad, Tomas. Also, no Paula squeaks. American individualism refers to American exceptionalism. But they don't really have that. They're not necessarily American either. It's just that it's a similarity. Because they're neither Greek, they're not Romans, they're not Americans, and they're not Persians. They're Astrians. But those are some of the inspirations we took from to create them. And it's definitely not even related to a modern Americanism. It's actually more old. Bilbram Harker donates $2 to say, have you taken geological inspiration from Pansia? No, I have no idea what the fuck that is. You know what I took inspiration from, though? So, imagine this. Close your little bucketfish eyes. Okay, open them, because I need to have them open. So this was inspired by Europe. This was inspired by Scandinavia. This was inspired by a turtle. And this was inspired by, I think, South America, but with a tumor on top. And this I have no idea. I pretend to say that's Africa, but I don't really know what that's supposed to be. It just sort of turned into that shape because of the tectonic plates. Hellastra also, you're more or less the same. It kind of looks like Britain if you sort of like squint your eyes a little bit. And then like, close them and imagine Britain instead. I don't know what this is supposed to be. I don't really know what these are supposed to be. This kind of reminds me of China a little bit. That's about it. So the tectonic plates actually made the shapes look quite a bit different. Manifest destiny? So, manifest Astrians. Like, there, Kinderjäger, good. You fell for my trap. Oh, Keeve, you inspire my inner contrarian. I know, and I'm intentionally feeding it because I'm baiting you. You forget that I'm feeding off of you, not the other way around. He's like, nah. Look at that, the Vadia Mountains. See, it should have been called the Vigia Mountains, but I didn't. I held myself back. Mostly because I care about my universe too much to be a meme with it. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I like it. I mean, I've spent so much time looking at this map that I feel like I know it too well, but I also feel like it's empty half the time. Like, yeah, all these things have names. Yeah, we could talk about the Barator and Dalithor Mountains, and because they're named after 2 brothers. Oh, fuck, I scribbled on the map again. The Emeralder Mountains, the Ethrelian Mountains. and how they got their name, and the fact that the Ithrillian Mountains actually aren't called the Ithrillian Mountains by the Tavoni. The Tavoni are like, that's not that because they touch us. They called this, and we called them something else. It's like the Verti Peak. Verti White Peak has like 5 names, and we're not going to get into that. We're not going to get, because each culture is like, no, it's this, no, it's that. We go from the Astrian perspective, so this map is totally with Astrian names, except for Oskamar, Kalhi, Helsi, and Otland. These regions have renamed because we gave them to the Cardovians. Ardinium will have the Astrian name, though. As long as the Astrians are holding it, I'll let the Astrian naming convention stand. Verti White Peak I let stand because the Nafir didn't really have like a true proper name for it, if that makes sense. Also, they're relatively new to the region because they migrated in. You know how it be, chat. Mountains, Gandalf. I want to see mountains again. More wrenches to bucket fish. Kibs to keep Kibs' big ego in check, lol. Wow. You just need to make it old, like 18th century map. That's the entire purpose. Well, this map is colored. So the actual map isn't actually colored. It's actually like gray. Here, let me go get it. Boop. When we actually get the final art rendition of it, it'll look very different. You'll see. You'll all see. And if you won't see, then you'll die. Where did I put it? It's probably environmental art. Where else would it be? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Why is environmentals not under the art category? I didn't even notice that. Like, this has been this way for, like, years. Fuck. That's kind of weird. I'm a world map, short and stout. Here is my thing. Where's the big one? Good enough. This isn't quite accurate, but this is a good idea. Boop. So here you can see the map and how big it is. But this is like more like geographical. Now eventually we'll get it more old-timey and whatnot. It'll be more artistic, but it needs to have rivers and mountains and stuff like that. But you kind of see the line of thinking we're going for. Because the map I want to have multi-layered so that it'll have different regions. Like, this is the regional things, like the Agoria, Quailo, and Mayun, and Yunland, and Astria. The Astrians view that all of this is Astrian. It's all actually, I think they view it more like this. It's like, it's a whole continent. We're all Astrians. Join with us. Helostro, Karinos, Medish, Vatsti, Luminar, Newfoundland. Hey. Avagaria. Pretty cool. I'm kind of hungry. Still can't get over the dinosaur with tweets. Oh yeah, it's a little dinosaur laser. This to me looks like a turtle every time. Like, don't know why. But it just sort of does. With sea monsters, snack girls, and sirens. Lots of sirens. What the fuck? Oh yeah, drawing little monsters on it. Yeah, we're going to do that. So we'll do Krubs in the North Mario Motion because they're very cool and they're very local to that. Sea of Woes will be Sad Lad in the water. Ice Shards will just be a little series of ice shards, obviously. South Mario Motion might have one of the parasites because they're the big threat. Every ocean, one thing that I was actually inspired by, barotrauma. When working on my setting, barotrauma actually is something I want to mention honorably, because I was like, the seas don't have a story to tell in most settings, so I did that. I was like, the sea is just as deep, just as rich as the land is. Unfortunately, though, the maritime technology is quite limited, so we won't be able to explore too much of it. But the underwater stuff that goes on is actually quite interesting. There's a lot of plans there. Yeah, this is Vatsti over here. Ta-da! This is the really awful continent to live on. This is actually, I think, the worst continent to live on. Now, I'd say that desert's pretty bad too, though. But you get what I'm saying. We'll paint more stuff too, because technically there's a desert over here too. I think it's over like there by the Agorial. Yes, but the map is coming along quite nice. You mentioned inhuman species besides Nekos. God damn it. And such how may they are and which O and C your favorite. What now? Who God of the seas? Okay, so the problem is God of the sea. There is no singular God of the sea. There are gods of different peoples, and some claim that their God is the God of the sea. And some are like, no, ours is. There we go. I need to grab a drink though. So beg me pardon for about a second time. And also, I'll let chat decide on what we play today. Because we will do a play stream as well. I just wanted to sort of take this time, because Valentine's Day is a day of passion and whatnot, and, well, more for, significant others, but I might as well talk about my lovely wife, the Mixers Project. It just eats all my money. I mean, eats money probably better than a woman does, actually. Damn. One hell of a gold digger, really. But it's developing quite nicely. Hello, Kibs. Welcome to Stream Animate Acumen. Thank you for the donation. Whoever gifted this, big thank you, says Blade. Yeah, I can't remember who gifted you your membership. I wish it would tell you. But yes, always thank gifted memberships. And when you're feeling generous and you want to gift memberships to others, feel free to. But if you receive one, yeah, I don't really know where I was going with that. I meant to go with, if you receive a gifted membership, be sure to thank the person that gifted you that. Because I will allow you to actually redeem that membership on the Discord to get the permanent access to the Chamber of Squeakrits. Play Northgard, it's a good RTS. I don't feel like spending money. Remember, my car is in maintenance right now, and I'm also, trying... I'm going to have to buy a new PC. My money's going to go down very quickly. Very quickly. And I've got to be very saving. Unless chat wants to bankroll specific games, anything that isn't on the list will not be added to the list because limited resources. At least until we get the replacement PC and the car is fixed and everything else is finally sorted and I'm all done with all that shit. And when the fucking maintenance guy comes this summer to fix things. Hold on. There, just typing a response to somebody. I was just getting messages from our friend Bon. That's the guy that, or gal that Artemis commissioned. She made a whatchamadoozy. She's making the VTuber avatar. She'll also be guesting on our channel. You'll get to meet her. Signalis on the list. Signalis. It looks interesting. I saw a Razor Lad play it. See, I always want to say Razor Boy, but a part of me is that sounds condescending. But it sounds funny. Avatar time. Not yet. The estimate is that it might be ready by late February, which is not this month, right? That's next month. Right? No, it's this month. All right, well, it's estimated to be finished late this month. So you might see it this month, actually. Northgard is $14. Is it on sale? See, I normally only buy games on sale if I can help it. Or if they're new. I hate it because I'm a streamer. I have to buy them when they're new. Which means I have to pay retail price. I fucking hate that so much. You have no idea. So you want to know how Kibs accrued how many games he has? Just real quickly, I'll show you. I have... Let's see if I disable it. Look at how much fucking stupid shit I own. I own a lot of video games. And how I accrued over 1,000 video games in a relatively short amount, a year or two, was actually just by waiting for sales and only buying stuff on sales and buying every game I ever wanted. And normally just waiting for things to go on sale. Then I became a content creator. Then I had to buy things when they're new. And then when I had to buy things when they were new, well, then I had to, fucking pay fucking retail price for them. Oh, awful. I do miss being able to wait, because the thing is, I always liked waiting for games to come out, because like they always get DLC and patches, and so that way when I finally play it, they'd be completed. Like Mass Effect 3, I played that after all the DLC was done, and I remember hearing about it when I played it after all the DLC was done. I was like, yeah, it was not so bad, because they added I got it with the Leviathan DLC, which explains stuff. A lot of people when they played it didn't have the access to Leviathan, which explains fucking like everything and the reason why things are happening. And it connects the dots. The ending still sucks, but it makes things make more sense. And if you don't have the Leviathan DLC, you're just kind of fucked. Oh, terrible. I think it was. Well, it's going to come out in that general ballpark. It's 29. It was $8 for base game sale like 3 weeks ago when the DLC bundle was like 14. Yeah, I generally wait for a sale and I grab it all because I want it all. I want it all. I want it all. $70 for me is like $110. I haven't bought a game on day one since I was 12. I don't blame you. If I wasn't a content creator, I wouldn't be doing this. A part of me, a small part of me, kind of hates. Actually, no. A fairly large part of me hates. I absolutely hate the having to buy a new shiny game and stream it on the day of its release. Like, don't get me wrong, Dead Space Remake, I enjoyed it. Hogwarts Legacy, I enjoyed it. I like both of those games. But a part of me wishes I could go back to the old way and just wait till it's like done, because the reality is none of these games are done. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You ever tried Guild Wars 2? All right. You can get Signalis if you get a humble choice sub part. I need to unsub from more things. Like I have too many subscription services. I need to cut everything because I want to focus more of the money you guys give me. I want to put more of it into our development of our game because we're making such good progress. I've recruited some other artists that we're going to have help on the time. We also need to do a fundraiser. When did I say it was? Was it June, chat? We need to do a fundraiser to gain an additional $1,000 in June. Now, why we're doing that? Technically, we need to gain 3,000, but we don't need 1,000 right away. 3,000 right away. We need 1,000 per commission because we're commissioning a big name artist to do the book cover arts for the pen and paper series, and it's going to run about 1,000 a pop per big piece. And those are very big art pieces. But I figured if we're going to get a cover art piece, like the cover art piece should be good, you know? I don't know. What do you guys think? I think it's a worthwhile investment, but I don't really want to like go overboard. That's why I was like 1,000 is probably good enough, so we can get some really cool cover arts. And I had Carlos help me find an artist, a professional that actually specializes in these big covers, that actually has some level of interest in the IP, so that they're not just doing it as a job. Because I don't mind artists doing things for money, you know, as a job thing, because you got to pay ends meet. But when I want artists to work on my project, the Mixers project, this project is a big deal to me. This is my passion project. This is everything that I've ever wanted in life. Ever. That's all I've ever wanted. And it's a big thing, to be fair. And that's why I ask that artists that work on it give me their best. Because I expect their best. Because I'm giving them the best thing I have to work on. You know what I mean? I feel like it's fair. Paying pizza? Damn. Pizza can be expensive depending on where it is from. Oh, by the way, tomorrow my Pops is going to be visiting. He's going to help me clean up my place. He's also going to help me fix some stuff in my apartment that's broken. So I might be late to the stream tomorrow, and that would be the reason. I'm not sure if he's going to also have me come over and help fix the car. I don't know. All I know is it's over there now because I had it towed. I'm still stuck in my apartment, chat. I have nowhere to go. $90 game and Oz generally. Fuck, that's awful, chat. I'm sorry. Cancer. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you something. I was like, what was I gonna? It was something that's on the tip of my tongue, and I just sort of forgot. Yes, little Bonbon has sent us something. Oh yes, I suppose I could show you this too. I forgot. You know what? For you to better understand how this will look, I'm gonna, post this. So one thing to understand is how I'll explain this upcoming series. This is also for the channel, which is related to the game because the channel is what generates money. That's what I told the team when I made the YouTube studio or YouTube art is in the Battle Damage Studio section when they work on it, because it's just as important as the video game because it's how we get the money to pay them. We cannot, live without it. There we go, got that up. And the other thing I need to grab to show you is this thing too. Where did it put it? There you have. Nope, that's not the right person. Different artist. Where are you? Oh crap, I'm looking at the wrong account. It's like Bonbon never messaged that account. No. Bonbon. Oh, I know it's important to eat like good food. Oh, a question from the artist. Venor is the moon. There we go. Venor is a similar word to a tribe the Astrians use. There's a tribe called Venor as well. So technically Venor, but whatever. Alright, which one shall we show, chat? Bonbon suggested. Maybe I'll spoil you, because you're such a good, generous little chat. So, before we show that off, this is part of the VTuber avatar. Ta-da! This is from Bonbon. When she comes on, be sure to thank her for her hard work. And also thank little Buckymas, because Artemis, he may be snarky, he may be sassy, but he is generally a good dude and has helped out quite a bit. So he deserves head pats. Because this could not have been possible without his aid, because he actually bankrolled this. So don't be surprised if we play some weird stuff all of a sudden. Some IOUs being called in. Hey Kibs, do you think I can play you game on me MacBook, and how much will you game cost? Generally, like I've said, I never want to exceed the number 40, ever, because I think $40 should be the standard, but I don't know. I have thoughts about it being like $20. I don't know. Like, it is a new game, but it's such a big game. Like, I could see it easily justifying the $40 tag, but at the same time, it's one of those things like I also want a lot of people to try it and to play it, So it's like, I don't know. Also, I know people on the team want me to charge more. That's why the 40 number is there. You know what I mean? Oh, get recognized 500 bits. Say, holy cursed thumbnail Kibs. I guess we got cheeks for venereal day. Fair enough. Just had a tropical cyclone blow through and wreck shit to trees everywhere. And even ripped the storage box off my car. Would like to play game before my life is claimed by nature. We're working on it. But the thing is, programmers can only go as fast as they can. Unless we get more funding some other means, we are going at maximum capacity. I have no more money to Kibs. Kibs is giving everything she's got. Giving all she's got, Captain. We're going as fast as we possibly can. If you guys can continue to grow us via word of mouth, because it really is on you guys, because you guys actually help with that, we have an increased chance of growth. But, like, if we can just maintain our growth, eventually reach sustainability. Yes, the next goal is to transition one of the programmers into full-time. Because God knows we could use the more program time. Jesus Christ, Todd. Todd doing $120 a month to feed Kibs and vehicle maintenance. Well, holy shit, Todd. Thank you for your generous donation. But before anyone donates, I want to clarify. Yes, my vehicle is broken, but the fix might be simple. Fingers crossed. Let's not jump to any conclusions now. Thank you for your extremely generous donation. I would like to point out that it is entirely possible that we might actually be able to fix it without actually having to expend too much. It might just be like a bug in the digital computer thingy. You just need to get it to reboot and actually work. And if that works, awesome. If it doesn't, fuck, we're in trouble. No, let's not worry about that yet, though. You have to wait and find out what happens. Kibs worth $50, not a penny more, though. Damn. Is the thumbnail of artificial in-game assets? No, it's official Bickering Bunch assets. Congratulations, Kibs. According to Monkey Island, adjusting to inflation, they say to never pay more than $44.46 for a computer game. Yeah, that seems about right. Like, it needs to be a justifiable and honorable cost. Something that is approachable, but not insulting, because you want people to try it. And also, of course, the inclusion of a demo goes without saying. As I've said 1,000 times again, demos are important. And it's up to the developer to make a good demo. I'm actually very happy that the Steam Fest, so many developers did demos again. That's exactly what I want to see in the industry as a trend. I hope every game does it. By the time our game's done, I hope that when our game has a demo, it's nothing special. In the terms of demos, like everyone should have a demo. Demos should be a must. It's the developers putting trust in their product so that the consumers can put trust in the developers because they put trust into each other. Trust is a two-way street, and we've forgotten about that. And that shows because it's painfully obvious because the games we get nowadays sometimes, not always, but sometimes. What make is your car? It's a Volkswagen Touareg, like 2013 or something. Volkswagen Touareg or something. Basically, it was super cold a couple nights, and I tried to start my car because I was hungry and I wanted to get food. But I had food. I have emergency food. Don't worry about it, chat. Like, I've got plenty of food. Careful how I word things so chat doesn't think I'm starving. I've got plenty of food, but I really was getting sick of I didn't want to have a can of soup. I wanted to, like, go buy some bread to make a sandwich, right? Well, unfortunately, it was just too cold. I couldn't start my car. It's like, fuck, whatever. I'll go back inside. I'll try starting it tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be warmer. Did it again. Didn't work. So, killed myself instead. I'm kidding. Third day, the battery was dead. I had my dad come over, and he charged my battery for me, which was nice. And we tried to start it, but it said steering wheel lock house something, or wheelhouse, and that, like, an error code. I was like, what? Apparently, because of when it was cold, the computer at some point, like, had not locked the steering wheel. And because of how Volkswagen vehicles work, because the steering wheel is unlocked when it's in park or it's off, it will not start no matter what. Even though realistically it should. That's your problem. It's a Volkswagen. I know. When one thing breaks, everything breaks. Like, my door handle broke, and then I was like, oh no, my door handle broke. We're gonna have to take the door apart and fix it. We take the door apart and fix it. The fucking windshield the fucking little window slid down all the way. Took it apart, fixed it, fixed the belt on the windshield thingy or window thingy so it would go back up, and then put it back together, and then the door broke again. I was like, no, the locking mechanisms broke again. Oh, I fucking hate this thing. No. Oh, like, I just want to be able to drive and be able to get food. That's all I need. Do you live on a farm, Kibs? No, I live in an apartment complex in the middle of nowhere. Problem is like, but way back when the housing market was going well, people were moving here, and there was plans to build a mall, there was plans to do lots of expansion, and this place was going to basically grow into a little St. Cloud, maybe. But the issue is, the housing market collapsed, and all that just evaporated. So this area that I live in, like, there's a lot of houses here that have been built, but if you drive a little bit further into the housing area, there's actually there's like no houses. Like, there's streets that have no houses on them. Because, well, that's when the market collapsed and they stopped building homes. No more homeses. Yeah, I need a better car. But I mean, as long as we fix that, it just work again. That's all it needs to. Disconnect the battery, let it die, resurrect again, see if he changed his mind. Repeat resurrections until car morale improves. Oh, that might be a suggestion. I'll let my pops know. Right now it's at my dad's place, which if he needs me to help him, he's going to have to come pick me up, though. But I don't think we're doing that today. Because I had it towed, because he has a garage, and it's not a good place to work on car in this parking lot here. Kind of shitty, a little cramped. Here's a little bit lower, kind of how like Plague of Gripes live in the middle of nowhere, though maybe not as much as Arch and the Forest. I mean, I just live in the Great Plains. Like, it's just hills everywhere. Kibs is Canadian, no more need be said. Wow. I also saw Barch early. Hello, Barch. We made fun of... Good demo. Kyle caught advocating for vertical slices of gameplay. Thing is, a good demo will include all the baseline mechanics that it should have. Like, a good demo will demo off everything that the game has potentially. That's why I want to section off chapter 1 of my video game, the entire section of chapter 1, and make it a demo. And then if you buy the game, I was talking to Tyler so that it saves what you did in the demo, and then if you buy the game, you can just continue where you started. That way you don't have to just rewind. Something like that. Because in chapter 1 of Legends of Terrestria, one of the design philosophies I have is I want somehow, and that was the difficult part, I need to justify showing off all the gameplay, or as much of the gameplay as possible in chapter 1, so that you can see all the potential things you could do. That was not very easy to do, and I don't know how many games I'll be able to write like that before it starts becoming a contrivance. It starts feeling natural and starts feeling weird. It's like, it's very weird. Very, I can't say why. You'll see. Okay, gotta go feed my uncle. All right. Tell your uncle he's chubby now. Oh. Why is there a sensor bar over the eyes of this Jaff? There's no sensor bar. There's nothing here. This is part of the her model that she made. Oh my god. The artists are all starting to give Aerith the chubby little eyebrows. No, it's catching on. I blame Indio. It's why Aerith has these big bushy eyebrows. She's like Russian. Oh, comrade. It's me, Aerithowski. I was like, no, Aerith. Is the game supposed to be RTS or nah? My game? It's a turn-based tactical role-playing game. I would love to make an RTS in our setting. That'd be awesome. Definitely could. But problem is RTSs require a lot of resources that we just don't have access to. A tactical turn-based role-playing game is an easier game to make developmentally. Mostly because AI is where the real problem comes in. If you don't have the team or the programming team, and programmers are a bottleneck, getting more stuff is going to be a problem. Yeah, I think you're right here, Yui. Modern cars do need more juice. That's the problem. I think it totally died, and I think that was the issue. She's got the pink fluff. She's supposed to have pink ice cream. Well, the way I used to draw Aerith was that she always had pink ice cream in her ears. Here, I'll show you. Oops, wrong button. What's the cover-up screen again? Oh, it's splash screen. Derp. Retarded Kib. I was like, I don't even know. I have to go to my old DeviantArt page. Ugh, cringe. Like when I used to draw art. Now I gotta find Aerith with pink fluff in her ears. Pink fluff, boo, 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 boo. Nope, nope. She has a hat on. Nope, she has a hat on. Where's one of the early Aeriths? The one with the floofy little ice cream. That's not the one I was thinking of. God damn, I haven't drawn in 30 years, Chad. I haven't seen a picture like this in 30 years. I missed the floofy bits myself, even. It's funny. This isn't necessarily drawn by me, though. This is an edit. That one works, actually. Nope, that'll do. That'll do, chat. That'll do. Boop. There we go. See? Pink floofy bits. I don't want to make 2 bulbs. So boop, boop. And that would be it. 2018. That was a long time ago. What are you talking about, Soda? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know you can't see a thing. Well, now you can. Kibs no longer doodles. By the way, Kibs, ever thought of having a palace in your game, or or a ruin that is so large it can have buildings inside of it? Got this idea from being inside the Luxor Pyramid in Las Vegas. Thanks for joining me on another run for 24 minutes. Heart grows stronger, says Anime Document. Good. I have never been stronger. Thank you for the donation. Garbar donates 50 don count to say, hi Chadfish, hi Kibs. Just got here and missed yesterday. What's going on? How is Hogwarts? You done it with it? Nope, not yet. I missed big news at all? Yes, you did. You gotta watch the VOD to get all the details. Or I'll be stuck here forever. You don't get to 10 bits say Kip. RTS would be bar with terrestrial skin? No, it wouldn't be. I think if we made a terrestrial RTS, I would like to make it either Warcraft 3-esque in terms of like an RTS RPG hybrid, or I would want to do something on the levels of Total War, where I have a turn-based tactical map where there is a cool campaign map with lots of campaign mechanics, seasons, weather effects, water, different abilities to build forts and interact with the campaign map and have it be its own game mode with lots of features and layers to it. And then have army battles that actually are controllable. But I want to go a step forward with the army battle stuff. I want you to actually be able to like not only control the armies and move them and attack each other with them, but I'd like you to be able to actually take direct control of heroes during the combat if you want to. Then you could have like multiplayer and stuff. It'd be pretty cool. You could like share things. It'd be like my idealistic Total War game, but it'd be Kibian War. Kibble War, as it would call it. Yeah. It'd be better in Total War. But the problem is if in order to make that game, we need to start raising a lot more money here and get this game done. This game needs to do well. Otherwise, that ain't happening. Theoretically possible, but we need way more funding. But I think a Warcraft-style RTS game would definitely be worth it in our setting. It would be abstracted, but it'd be pretty cool. And I think that would be more reasonable to make. Sounds cool. Would continue to support post LOT in order to play. Well, I hope so. This method that we're running our studio from now is hopefully only going to grow. Because the idea is that we're not going to charge too much for the things we make to make it approachable for more people. And the idea is that we're going to be a crowdsourced studio. So our studio is crowdsourced into running like full time. And the benefit of that is no cut corners, meaning that we don't have to do like cut anything out of the game and then DLC it back in. If we do any sort of DLC for any rhyme or reason, it would be purely an expansion-based content or something like that. Meaning it additive, not the fact that it was subtracted to be additive later for profits. Legends of Terrestria, the video game, as it stands now, I do not know what I could even DLC even from this point now. Like everything that we have in the game was always meant to be in the game. The only thing I can think of is actually the same thing that Robin and I, our lead animator, talked about, is as soon as this game is done, like, it's a complete product. Like, the patchwork, of course, there's going to be bugs, fixes that need to be made, of course. That just comes with the territory. But the plan is immediately after the art team is done with all the art for the actual video game, project number 2 begins its initialization stage. Project number 2 is already slotted. It's already ready. It already has assets it needs to do. And I did that in my spare time so that the foundation is ready to go, so that nobody is like caught without work or caught not able to do anything because there's nothing for them to do. So as soon as the game is done and all the art for the game and everything's done, there's work, and the work doesn't stop. Because the idea with Battle Damage Studios is there is no ceasing in the work. The next project is already in the, what do you call it, the magazine, if you will, ready to rock and roll. There is already, because the important thing with the studio, by the way, is to not stop working. Because one of the reasons why a lot of studios, and I studied a lot of failed studios and developers, the first sign of failure is a developer that only like works on something like once a week, or like once a week, or has a meeting once a week. That is a sign that you're probably not going to make it. If you're going to make it, you'll be like me. It'll be every single goddamn day. It'll be every single god. Those are the people that make it, because I've looked at the people who have made it, and it's the people that are relentless, the people that do not give up, and the people that keep going at it, even if things are rough. Like right now, we're in the bad months. It's, you know, we're not doing particularly terribly, thanks to your guys' generosity. But it's not as good as we would like it to be. And that's okay, you know. Sometimes you're just going to have rough weeks. Not a big deal. But you need to take it on the chin and you need to keep working. You can't get distracted because you got a job to do. And besides, the good months are going to clear up, especially once the holidays are clearly behind us. Actually, this month is already significantly doing better, by the way, than the last month. So I think we're already coming out of the bad month. I think it's just like January's the rough one. And then February is like slow back incline up, and then we'll be back to normal by summer. I think. Seems to be. StarCraft 2 alternative unit choices. Yeah, I do like that. Like, the StarCraft 2's campaign was actually a brilliant campaign. But I would like to add more replayability value to it than that even. Enlisted Hogwarts Knight. That's what chat wants, we'll do a vote on it, and we'll let chat decide. I really want to play System Shock, the remake, but it's not out yet. Like, I am so excited for that, you have no idea. Sadness. Oh, well. Also, hello, Robert. Hey, Robert, I have a question for you. Do you have any music you can show off or to the chat yet, or no? Because I was telling chat about that cool fucking Neferic song you made. But I don't think it's... I know Robert's a bit sensitive on showing things. He's like, no, it's not ready. It's like, don't care. Don't care. We must show it all. Then Robert screams. Little tears stream down his cheeks. Yeah. SE2 has modded campaigns that add or change units. Yeah, I saw that. I'm also looking at SE2's multiplayer campaign thing that's coming out. That's what I'm looking forward to. What I put in the dev part lately, sure. Oh, chat, you're in for a real treat. Hold on to your little buns. Where did I put it? Discord. Bing. All right, chat, prepare your little eardrums. Oh my god, fucking glorious, Carlos. Fucking glorious. Glorious car, Tiny. Though I do like the... Carlos just started work on the Celestial Templar. Now, if you're thinking Templar, like, you're thinking like full plate, right? Astrian Templar armor, who needs armor? They have like fucking Illumine. They can create like magical shields, so they can just fucking like tank shit. But they look so Chad. Yes, the Celestial Templar are the next unit going to be added to the Astrian army queue. They are the magic army infantry of the Astrian Empire. They can be both mounted and dismounted. Mounted with lancers, and they're pretty fucking awesome. Dismounted, they use their two-handed swords, and they're pretty fucking awesome. All right, where'd I put that music? Car tiny. Nifiercy. All right, chat, brace yourselves. Music time. Now, I might blow out your eardrums, so I'm turning down. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Behold. Isn't that fucking good? Goddamn, goosebumps, Bert, man. Robert, man, we lucked out. You're my little composer bitch forever now. Like, you're never allowed to leave. And you're never allowed to leave. I'll just fucking shoot you if you do. Never. If he tries, chat, we're fucking chopping his legs off. He may try to run. He might. Just keep him in the basement, locked forever. Just eat spaghetti. Oh no. But yeah, did you like that, chat? See, I told you, chat. I told you. We're not like people. I remember some people were like, oh, you just focus on the Astrians. It's like the other cultures are just as beautiful and just as cool. It just takes time to get to them. You know, takes time. More money helps always too, but I think the biggest thing is time. Just takes time to build, because I think at this point, I think more money would only help with the video game's development speed. It would help with the art, I suppose, but like I think as long as we maintain the status quo of like the good months, we'll be fine. It's just, yeah, like with those things, it just takes time when it comes to developing that cultures. I like this song. Well done. Yes, Robert did a good job. He deserves many head pats. Now, one thing that's super important, and I'm going to point out in this stream too, by the way, is we always head pat our artists. We always head pat our composers and our music boys, and even the writers like myself, I get head pats for the lore when you guys tell me the lore's pretty cool. Like, that's great. But there's one part of the team that doesn't get enough head pats. And I think we should definitely ask that you guys, go and give them some words of encouragement, because it can be kind of sad when all you get is programming work and all you get is bug reports and things are broken. People that deserve head pats on our team, the unsung heroes, to be certain. And heroes is no small word, okay? Because they are definitely the heroes, the programmers. Tyler, Robin, he's our animator. He hasn't produced a lot of art, so he doesn't get a lot of head pats lately. And Disco as well. Like, they all work on stuff. It's very important, especially Tyler, because Tyler doesn't even do anything on YouTube, so he doesn't see any of the feedback unless I tell him, or unless you guys actually message him. So if I could ask you to do me a huge solid, especially this Valentine's Day, is definitely for Tyler, especially, and Robin, and Dinko, because they have their own channels too, is definitely let them know that you appreciate the hard work they do, because they work very hard on the coding and programming, but they don't get a lot of head pats. In fact, all they really get is often demands. Because we're like, well, when's the game going to be ready? It's like they're working their best, you know. And, you know, it can be quite stressful working your best and working your hardest, but you never get any recognition for all the work you've done and all the fucking bugs that they're crushing, all the things and obstacles. Tyler getting the website up, fucking Robin hammering out the editor, like as hard as that is, and the renderer, and having to redo the entire lines of code because like something broke something else or something like that, and that things happen, and just, you know, dealing with all that stuff. Just be sure to actually go into the dev server, onto the bug report section, and tag Tyler at Kibs or at Robin or Dinko. Or for Robin and Dinko, you could head over to the stream studio. But for Tyler, for certain, go over there and let him know. You know, he does a good job. He works hard. He's one of my best friends I've ever had, and he's had my back all the way through this journey. All the way. He didn't abandon me when everyone else did. When everyone else sort of gave up on the project, it was just Tyler and me. He stuck it through with it, and that's something that's important and to never forget, that Tyler is one of the biggest unsung heroes in this project and always will be, because I'm the face. I'm always, you know, getting all the adulation and all that and blah blah blah. But one thing that I always feel bad about and always feel sad about is the fact that Tyler doesn't get enough recognition, and that's why I want to point that out, because I think he deserves a lot more, because he works hard. Works hard all the time and has always had my back on every issue we've ever encountered with. Tyler needs head pats. So does Dinko. There's Dinko. Give her bald spots. She's like, no. No. Programmies are the best waifus. They are. They are the unsung heroes of the team. They get the least amount of, like, what's the word? At least in the current stage of development we're in now, they get the least amount of attention, and I feel like that's sad. Because they work a lot, and a lot of the work they're doing is the groundwork of the build of the game. Like, it's huge stuff, the stuff they're doing. Like, Dinko's spellbook, like, Dinko putting together the UI and stuff, and we've got a lot of work for Dinko when Dinko's got more time. Don't worry, Dinko. I'm going to up the art quality for you, so you got tons of stuff now. Especially when we hammer out that UI later. But, yeah, they work hard on it. Like, Dinko fucking smashed out that stuff pretty hard and pretty quick. And it works and it does everything we wanted it to. And then she also came up with some cool ideas of her own and helped put them in there. And figured out some bugs and problems that we didn't even anticipate. Like the menu sliding off the screen. And then, okay, so funny story. Like, on the design doc, we're like, oh, like, wouldn't it be cool if it saved the location of whatever menus you have open? So if you close the inventory or spellbook, it'll open back where you left it. So that way it remembers where you open and close things. That's pretty cool. Until you realize you can slide the menus off the screen because they aren't locked to the screen. And when they slide out the screen and close off the screen, they load off the screen. So they'll load outside of the box, the play space. So where'd my spellbook go? It's there. It's just, you know, you can't see it. It's off the screen. To the right a little bit by 7 pixels. That was funny. Also retarded, but funny. Kibs, I still can't get over that one model where the retard holds the pike like a gun. What are you talking about? Pike? The Astrian pikeman? I'm very confused what you're talking about. Terrestria work in progress folder. Why the pikeman holds the pike like a gun? I mean, have you seen how pikemen hold pikes? Maybe you have, maybe you haven't, I don't know. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't think you're talking about the Astrians. I think you're mistaking that for the Nafir. So here, I'll pull it up. This is, I think, what you're talking about. The middle rank with their pikes. And they're not necessarily pikes, they're more like spearmen. But, that's not holding it like a gun. He's holding it up with that arm, and then he's putting his other arm behind it so that he can use the force of his other arm to shove it forward. Same with that guy there. His hand's gripped on the back, and that arm is theirs to level it. That arm is theirs to give it strength when he shoves it forward and jabs. I'm just smiling. I didn't even notice. Also, you got to put a hand back there to prevent it from going up because all that weight is going to be in the front. So if he removes his hand here, the spear, realistically, even though it's a model is glued together, the spear would like push down, and so that put more pressure there. Also, these are spearmen. And also, these are Nefir spearmen. Like, they're not trained Astrian pike bros. I'll have Carlos look over it, but I'm going to trust Carlos's judgment on it. Because Carlos is the one with an actual proper HEMA education. As close as it comes, because he does actual HEMA stuff. Historical European martial arts, for those that aren't aware. But he signed off on all this, I'm pretty sure, so... Unless, I mean, it's always possible something slipped. I know, you never know. Here. Speaking of letting him know, before we even forget, I will have him double check over Baffios' work, but I'm 90% certain it's right. Let's see. Tau concept art at Carlos. Hey, can you check the spear poses for the Nefiric spearmen? Middle rank. Chat says they look weird. Now point out that I'm also going to point out one of them said that. Because it's important to know that only one person says that, because how we do feedback on our game is we often look at the general populace. So if the general populace doesn't say like there's something bugs them, we still listen to everyone's feedback, but where it's like, okay, is it a big deal? Is it actually a problem? Then we investigate it. It's like the pommel thing. The pommel thing was more obvious, though. The pommel thing was a problem, and it needed to be added, because Sal had simply put it on a different layer when he was painting, and forgot to turn the layer back on when he was done painting behind the pommel. And that's why Ria's pommel disappeared there temporarily. Behold, little bucketfish. So this is the next thing I'm going to show you. This is for my eyes. All right, hold on. Oh, it actually stung when I zoomed in. Hold on. Just gonna get some pictures. This will help. Okay, hold on. I just gotta do this thing real quick. It'll all become clear before you know it. Change that, and then... There we go. Sorry, I'm just focusing, being retarded for 5 seconds. Ta-da! This is the watch-along thingy. So, now how do watch-alongs work? A quick reminder, we can't actually watch the entire show, by the way. Like, it's mostly just going to be, like, pictures that I'm going to put up. And unless somebody's going to volunteer to be an editor, it'll just be pictures that I find. Because otherwise I have to get edited footage and actually put the edited footage in. And then I have to be worried about the claims and stuff. So it'll just be a picture. In the bottom right-hand corner will include the timer. And the bottom left will include something else. I'm half tempted to put on background music for these, but I don't know if a watch-along should have background music or something like that. But yeah, so this is the overlay for the watch-along. And then when somebody talks, there's the, when they're looking at the screen, then it flips them around. A simple Bickering Bunch 1.0 style thing. When you looked at the model file, it looked like Little Guys was sighting down a pike. He's aiming. Aiming the poke. Aiming the poke. But yeah, Indio's almost done. Well, let me put it this way. Indio's done with the thumbnail for the series. He's done with the overlay for the series. Now he has to go and do every guest. So that's just going to take time. He's got to do Dinko. He's got to do Dev. He's got to do Bubbles. He's got to do whoever else is coming on, I guess. And then it's done. Not every watch-along will have everyone in it, but, for example, we might use this watch-along series as an excuse to finally show Dinko fucking Deep Space Nine, because he hadn't seen it before. So we might do that, and Arch probably won't be around for all of them, because I don't know if he's interested. He will be invited, of course, because you do not leave friends out of events if they're not interested, but I don't imagine, so just so chat knows that I don't imagine him being interested. We'll ask. Doesn't hurt to ask. But that's like other series we're going to do. One of the things we're going to do is also Tammy and the T-Rex, because you guys paid me to watch that, but the fucking stupid game we played that had it in it only had a part of it, not the entire thing. So Tammy and the T-Rex is one of the things that will be watched, yes. Yeah, I think it's turned out pretty good. I like how Indio did the lighting, too, to focus on the characters a lot more. Each one of these little white spots is a spot for a guest. So a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 guests at a time. 6 guests would be like a big watch party. But generally, what you're probably going to see is probably 3. 3 is probably going to be the standard. It's good to have extra slots just in case, though. You never know. Some of the watch-alongs will be on Arch's series, too, because Arch will do series over there as well. With his new editor. I don't know if we can talk about who that is, but you know. I'm starting thinking. And that's the big plan. Dink space spot dine. Yeah. It's a genuine way of holding a pike. Can be seen in 17th century manuscripts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. The thing is, Carlos knows his stuff. Like, he knows his stuff. Like, one time Carlos had to own one of you. I don't remember which one of you it was. But he had layered the armor on the Astrian pikeman, and he's like, actually, wouldn't the chainmail be on a different layer? And then Carlos just, like, comes in the room, and he's just, like, grabs him and starts strangling. If anybody we got for the job to design the medieval sort of armor or fantasy armor was the right pick, we picked Carlos, who is a literal, like, fucking, like, knight in armor, fucking, like, feudal knights, antiquity, like, that is his shit. Like, Carlos knows what he's doing. Lamellar, fucking, all that shit. We don't have any Lilithrax, though. Sadness. Yep. How the watch along is going to work? Okay, so quickly rundown. Characters will be here, so if we're not talking, it'll look in the right, and left, it'll be that. And that'll just be a simple flip. It should be very easy to tell who's talking because they'll light up. They'll go from dark to light very quickly. The bottom left section will contain the name of the movie that's being watched. And the bottom right section will contain the timer of how far we are into the movie. Because the pictures, I will take pictures of the show or movie we're watching, and then the pictures will change based on like every 10-minute intervals. So at 10-minute intervals, I'm going to, in video editing, basically slap these together. Until we can get like a dedicated editor, it's just going to be pictures because I cannot be fucked. My time schedule is too fucking tight right now to even, I shouldn't even do this when I'm doing this, okay? Trying to put it lightly. But maybe in the future, if we get super successful, we can get somebody. But yeah, so we'll flip them around. It'll be super cool. It shouldn't be too hard. I'll just grab pictures. Pictures will be pretty. Yep. Yep. Copyright. Thing is, what we're doing is very transformative. Like, I want to point out that the way this is set up is it's meant to obscure a lot of the screen anyways, so that a lot of it's not viewable to begin with. And so when this series is recording, what's going to happen is on recording is this is actually going to be set to be a green screen in the background here. And that way, if it's a green screen in the background, it can simply just be edited in. Now, the idea with the watch-alongs and whatnot is that I do not want the timer stuff to get out of control. So I will be the one who controls pausing or unpausing things. Because otherwise, nightmares occur. I feel like I should have background music, but this is like commentary that's supposed to be rolled on top of. And because it's a watch-along, I don't think we should stop to talk in the middle of it. I mean, we can talk while the show is ongoing. When we talk over the show, that's fine. But I do not believe pausing is a good idea. Like, I'm actually against pausing. In fact, I am vehemently against pausing. Because pausing is a bad idea. Breaks the continuity and the flow. Most of the talking is supposed to be at the end anyways. Because I imagine the longest part of the video will be the end part. That is how it'll be broken up to. The watch section and then the end basically talking about it in greater detail. Then we can rewind through specific spots. Just tink it. There's Todd. Welcome to the stream. Also, I'm curious. Biggest tinkies. Hold on, Robert. I'm going to demod you for a second, and I'm going to give it back to you. Because there's two types now. A managing moderator and a regular one. Now type stuff. I want to see if it shows up differently. Or if you just have the same blue wrench that you had now. Wouldn't the movie be muted? The movie is muted. But I don't think we can have the footage on screen, if I remember right. Because we'll get into trouble. We'll get into trouble. Okay, it didn't change your color. There's managing moderators, and now there's regular moderators. Yes, there are 2 levels of moderators now on YouTube. They rolled out a patch the other day. Late last night, actually. I refreshed it, it was active. So are these going to be videos you're meant to sync up the movie when playing on your own device? Yes. The timer for our video will be in the bottom right-hand corner. So you'll easily be able to sync up your movie or your show with the watch-along by simply just matching the timer. That's why the timer is going to be in the bottom right for you, and it'll be fairly large. So you can see actual like stuff happening. There's also a couple other things I want. Like I want to get some buttons on my Stream Deck with like, I'm going to have Indio do like a closed fabric when the show's over, so it'll close. Might have Dinko help me like set it up on StreamUp so it like slides down or something. Just like some nice little transition thingies.
Ray, I saw a watch-along thing.
What?
Watch-along thing? You haven't even shown it to me yet, filthy whore.
And didn't I send it to you?
How dare you show other people before me?
I'm pretty sure I sent you the sketches even.
You're breaking.
Wow, I thought you were busy today, traitor. He's like,
I demand you hand over my copyright now.
Wow.
Wow.
Demanding even. Yeah, it's pretty exciting, isn't it? I was asking chat some ideas on things. We'll put the timer in the bottom right-hand corner. That's what that black spot's for. In the bottom left-hand corner goes the name of the movie. That we can tell what it is and when it is.
You do need a syncer, yes.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised these are turning really good. Indio did some stuff with the lighting to make the characters look more focused. So it's like the light's shining on them so they pop better.
So, since theoretically it wouldn't violate any YouTube's terms of service, why are we covering porn on this?
When? Theoretically entirely possible. We can cover a Black Bible.
Yeah.
Or the Bible Black, I don't know.
It is Bible Black, by the way.
And so
we could, like in the spirit of Subverse, we could cover that movie where they had Harlequin get fucked by a dog?
My God. Dinko. There's no Dinko on it because the Dinko hasn't been made yet. Dinko's still in the oven. She's still baking. Indio has a lot to work through. I've told him to take breaks, but he's chugging through it. We'll be starting the Velma things soon. Velma will be the first test. Also, I had a promise to chat because of that stupid game, so I have to watch Tammy the T-Rex.
That's true. You do have to watch Tammy and the T-Rex.
Barch will be there for that. The 1993 movie. Howdy, Dinko. What the fuck, says Commissar. Yeah. All right, now Barch is here. So, most of chats seems to be in agreement that the spear is actually fine in the middle rank, but I'm going to send you something. But because you also know medieval stuff, I don't know if this just slipped design. It's not a hard fix. In the middle rank, one of the guys, I don't remember which one specific. Send it to Barch. But only one person in chat didn't like one of the poses with the spear. But I think all the spear poses are fine. Look at him. Look. That row specifically. The middle rank.
I'll let you know the moment I'm not being shot at.
Wow. So you do have time to play games tonight.
I have to get the 10,000 points for enlisted so I can get the cheaty tank.
You know that tank's not cheaty. You know it's going to be shit. It's like,
It's going to be good.
But why? Elbram Harker wants to know if you'll play Signalis, Barch. Razorfist streamed it a few days ago. Signalis?
I don't know what that is.
It is a sort of, how do I word this in a way that'll make it sound appetizing to you? Barch like, no, Barch is suspicious, Dad. It's not going to be something Barch likes. You don't know it till you try it, Barch. Looks like
okay.
Let's just ignore that genre tag in specific. It's got a female, sexy protagonist. Sci-fi. Arch like sci-fi. Chad, you gotta help me out here. We can't say those other tags, or Barch will be like, yeah.
Oh, the tags. Sexy female protagonist, Riona horror. Certainly a very specific set of tags.
Oh no, he looked. Oh no. It might be a little spooky, okay? Apparently Razorlad streamed it. It's sort of done in the old vein of Resident Evils with the top-down camera and you control a character. Actually, Resident Evil had more like dynamic cameras, if I remember right. You wiggle characters across the screen.
Why would I ever want to play a Resident Evil game?
I like watching people play Resident Evil games. I don't mind like Resident Evil 4.
Oh, okay. Thank you, video game. The only Resident Evil I like is the one where you have the blonde girl.
Blonde girl. 4. The blonde girl, she's the president's daughter, right?
I guess she's got to be a very expensive prostitute.
Oh. Damn. Barch likes fucking... Oh, God. Leon, help!
Listen, she's surrounded by mad Spanish cultists. She has every reason to panic.
I suppose.
It's very unreasonable to assume that she'd be all calm and collected.
It is.
Maybe even racist.
Big hairy man in American Speedo. Chat, you've completely lost me now. Space lesbians are cool, says Robert. Fucking gay.
Not necessarily incorrect.
It's less spook, but not scary. There's Ada Wow, says George Sprax. Bart's like some blonde.
See, in the good old days, you had games and movies like that. Like fucking space lesbians from outer space. And that was just the movie plot. That was it.
We scissor, but in 0G. It's like, how does that work? It's very difficult, actually. A lot of logistics involved. Barch will like German dystopian cassette punk feel. I think you don't know Barch. There's no sadness in it. Only depression. There we go. So Barch is available to stream today. Is that what I'm getting?
Not necessarily.
Oh, so you're going to be busy in a little bit then.
I saw you were doing this.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Then I saw you do the thing. I was like, that's something I'm involved in.
You're involved in both things. I told Chat what you were working on even. I was like, Chat, this is where Barch is. And I circled it on the map like, oh. I put Barch up there. Barch is still there. Barch isn't allowed to leave there. The lands of Angrel is the land of Barchel. If I see the name change to Barchtopia, you'll know that Barch has been too naughty. Wouldn't be the first time. But yeah, the watch along series is going to be pretty good. Like, we're going to do a thing on our channel, then we'll do the other thing on Barch's channel. The Barch's channel will be like the, describe it. You know better than Kibos does. You're not gonna. You're gonna resist me, aren't you? Fuck. Look at him. He's dead, Chat. 50% of lesbian relationships? What?
I hate you, little German person.
Wow. Sorry, Fairman.
Every time I see him, I think like, oh, that's an aircraft. I can go kill him. It's like, I'm German. You can't shoot me. And even if you try, I won't take any damage.
No damage. We'll be streaming the ponies, Boog. But that's not time yet, Boog.
I can play for a couple of hours if you're up for it. But not more than a couple of hours.
Okay, then I'll probably... I was in the process of wrapping up this stream because I was just talking about channel stuff. And upcoming series. But yeah, so we'll be doing the watch along on my channel. Then we'll be doing another, like a more edited version of it. That'll be on Barch's channel. And they'll be interlinked together. So it'll be pretty cool.
So there's nothing necessarily wrong with an overhand spear thrust. It would be rare, particularly on a pike, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, because I was thinking the same thing. I'm not entirely sure. I just sent it to Carlos to double check over the pose. Worst case scennario, we just have, Baffios go into the file.
The thing is, of course, a pike is very heavy, and you don't want to be thrusting with it, as you're going to get really tired overhanding that bitch.
Yep. For a single thrust or two, I think you could be fine.
Yes, and it's a more dynamic pose than everybody having it underhand.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It adds more variety for each rank, because each rank of spearmen should be, well, doing something a little different than the other guy. Otherwise, it looks very samey, and all the poses become too samey and kind of boring.
Yes, and since you can't have the pikes the proper way, as in just an enormous dense hedge of them, a bit more variety is good.
Yee. All right, chat. We're going to schedule ourselves a stream. We're going to play some Enlisted. Wow. Oh, let's see. Supers real quick before we even think about it. And this get 10 bits say, if you let them out of the programming mines for head pats, you will set a terrible precedent, Kibs. We'll make a rod for you, Kibs. Own back. What? That sort of made sense for a little bit of it. Get 10 bits say, sounds cool. We'll continue to support post LOT in order to play. Thank you, and I think that is actually caught up. All right, we just missed a couple bits. There.
I'm looking forward to play the pony mod. Because I'm just going to let chat decide all of my stuff. I'm just going to chat. Should I invade Kib? Chat goes like, yeah.
You will try. If you do a chat rule, you know that everyone else is going to alliance against you, and then you're just going to be like, "He's bullshit." It's like, because they all know what chat would decide.
But chat will be on my side. I will turn everyone against everyone.
I don't think you will. I think you will try.
And your ass is gone. I think that makes you less aerodynamic than previously.
Oh, you heading to bed night, Robert, man? Good night, Robert. Commissar Czar says, Barch has justified my claims. Also, I said it was weird, not impossible. I've just never seen it used in formations I've looked at. Well, now if you're experimenting...
The Spanish Tarico actually had stuff like that.
I suppose. But I was also going to say that these guys aren't necessarily, like, the most well-trained unit. They're not like the Astrian pikemen. These guys are just like Nefir pikemen or spearmen, or more like a levy, if anything else.
The Spanish Tarico had the idea of the front ranks would have them, and these were long pikes. These were longer than even the Macedonian ones. The front rank would be standing on the butt end of the pike to brace it. Rear ranks would be holding it, but they would have counterweights at the end of the pikes to, offset the weight.
Yep, so it doesn't tip over. That'll be a problem.
The problem is you can't have the pikes that long in plastic because the real-life pikes bent under the weight. So plastic would not work.
Mm-hmm. Yep, one of the issues with pikemen, and that's why our pikes aren't too long, and that's why they're so thick, is because the snapping problem becomes very apparent the longer they are, and especially the thinner they are. That's why when we originally demoed off the first Astrian pikeman, like, why is it so thick? It's like, well, you see, if you go any thinner, unfortunately, the little thing's going to snap. It can't take much pressure. In fact, it takes very little to snap it, and all of a sudden you have to glue it back together. It's going to be very annoying.
Because in reality, too, the pikes on those pikemen are completely wrong, because they're holding them like spears, whilst in reality, half of the weapon would be pointing backwards.
Yep, they'd be much longer.
Be an enormous counterweight at the end, yes.
But you have to simplify and streamline certain things. That is something that we have grown accustomed to. I'm wondering how the monsters are going to be, because the spear beaks are actually quite larger than a horse. So it'll be weird when we get to bigger and bigger creatures. And all the problems and logistics those present, because you can only go so big. People's printers can only print so many, before you have to start printing in pieces. Then you have to start factoring that in. Assembly may be required for the bigger giants. Not maybe.
No particular reason why that can't be done, though. I mean, 40K's done multi-part builds for ages. Mm-hmm. Nothing inherently wrong or problematic with it.
Oh, nothing wrong with it. It's just important to factor that in so that when we make it, it's already taken care of. Different pieces, slices. Because all you do is make the pose, and then the modeler slices it, and then slices are given each supports, so that when each piece is printed, they don't, have any issues. I saw full-length pike reenactments. Those things are like floppy telephone poles. Yeah, no, they wibbled and wobbled quite a bit in reality.
They were specifically made to be flexible, because otherwise they too would literally break.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were very long.
There's a couple good pike and shot movies, if I remember right, where they actually show them and they actually wobble a little.
Very few. Like the Cromwell movie's not bad.
Yep, that was the one I saw. That one had some pretty good fighting scenes.
Yes, Cromwell is not terrible.
It's a bit old, but it holds up.
Feed me, you dirty, filthy American dog whores.
Wow, fatty. He's just a hungry hippopotamus. Treacherous Blonde Bimbo was the last time I streamed this? No, When You're Just a Pew Pew was the previous episode.
Ah, P-38 Lightning's trying to turn fight. Like, I can outturn you. No, you can't. Did I just make myself a big, fat, stupid target? Yes, yes, you did. I am glad for all of the hours we put into War Thunder, Kyle. They help a lot in this video game.
At least War Thunder did something in the end.
Yep, it wasn't a complete waste. All of the rage, the anger, it served a purpose in the end. All of the screaming.
I don't remember screaming, but I do remember being mad. Little Barch, little Barch. Alright, just setting up the thing to raid in. Don't forget, chat, to remind me to raid somebody tonight. But I'm not going to stay up too late because I do have a lot of work to do. That's why I'll probably just leave when you leave too. Let's see. Alright, chat. There. Set up to auto-raid the next thing. For Twitch, all you gotta do is sit there and be fat. The rest of you, we'll see you in the next stream. So, until next time, have a very good day, and thank you again for your extremely generous donations. Goodbye, little chat.